A big round of applause, our guest have arrived. Good morning and a warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests and participants. On behalf of the University of Engineering and Management Jaipur, I, Rishita Das, and my fellow colleague Rita Mukherjee, Research Associate from the School of Management of this esteemed university, along with our co-host Ms. Rupsha Roy, a student of BC second year, extend our heartfelt greetings each one of you. It is our honor to welcome you to this prestigious event, the IIIM Synergy Summit 2024, the International Industry Institution Meet organized by UAM Jaipur in association with the United Nations Global Excellence Center. This summit is a monumental platform where academia, industry, and thought leaders converge to discuss, deliberate, and explore pathways to foster collaboration and innovation for a sustainable and prosperous future. We're thrilled to have you here today and hope that the discussions and insight exchanged during this summit will pave the way for groundbreaking ideas and transformative progress.
To commence this auspicious occasion, I humbly request our esteemed guests and dignitaries to kindly grace the stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting. This act signifies the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and collaboration, the guiding principles of the IIIM Synergy Summit 2024. As we invoke the divine blessings of Goddess Saraswati, this may light and inspire us all with the meaningful partnerships and innovative pathways for a brighter and more sustainable future. Dignitaries, please.
Our sincere thanks to everyone for their kind gesture. It is with great pride and pleasure that we welcome you to the IIIM Synergy Summit, the International Industry Institution Meet hosted by the University of Engineering and Management Jaipur in association with the United Nations Global Excellence Center. This summit brings together thought leaders, innovators, and visionaries from academia and industry to foster meaningful collaboration and explore solutions for sustainable growth and development. Through keynote speeches, panel discussions, and interactive sessions, we aim to bridge the gap between academic knowledge and industrial practice, igniting ideas and shaping a future of progress, innovation, and global excellence. We are truly grateful to all our esteemed speakers, partners, and participants for being part of this transformative event.
We are truly privileged to have among us today such distinguished personalities who have not only reached remarkable heights in their respective fields, but have also been at the forefront of driving innovation and change. Their exceptional contributions have shaped industries, advanced knowledge, and positively impacted communities on a global scale. It is with great honor that we now move forward with the felicitation of our esteemed guests, whose presence here today adds an immense value to this summit.
A big round of applause for all the dignitaries here. It is with great pleasure that we welcome the distinguished Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Engineering and Management Jaipur, Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakraborty, to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our first esteemed keynote speaker, Ms. Kajal Larsen, CEO of Silverforce Consultancy Denmark, a seasoned expert with over 20 years of experience in driving innovation and sustainability across industry. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kajal Larsen to the stage. A big round of applause.
moving forward, it is with great pleasure that we welcome the distinguished Vice Chancellor of the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, Professor Dr. Vishwajoy Chatterjee, to extend the warm token of respect to our second keynote speaker for the day, Ms. Carla Seth, who is the Talent Management at Technicas Reunions. A big applause.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving forward, it is now privileged to invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, the esteemed Registrar of IIIM Jaipur, to present the floral welcome to our distinguished guest, Ms. Jaxa Gohil, consultant and advisor at Amara. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Jaxa Gohil to the stage. A big round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is now my honor to invite Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma, the collaboration architect of this summit and the Associate Dean of School of Management of UEM Jaipur, to present the token of respect to our esteemed and honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakraborty, sir. A big round of applause for sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is now my privilege to invite Professor Dr. Mukesh Yadav, the Associate Dean of Academics and Foreign Affairs, to present the token of respect to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vishwajoy Chatterjee. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma to present the token of respect to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vishwajoy Chatterjee. A big round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is now my honor to invite Professor Dr. G. Uma Devi, ma'am, who is the Associate Dean of Engineering, to present the token of appreciation and respect to our esteemed Registrar, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving forward, it is now my great honor to invite our esteemed and honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakraborty, to deliver the presidential address. Professor Dr. Chakraborty, a distinguished technologist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, who has a PhD in nanotechnology and has made significant strides in artificial intelligence, IoT, and cybersecurity. As a serial entrepreneur and venture capitalist, he manages several companies across technology, healthcare, and education, while also nurturing startups and mentoring thousands of students globally. His dedication to innovation and sustainability and education continues to inspire positive change, shaping the future of industries and communities alike. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakraborty to the stage. A big round of applause.
Respected delegates on the dais, respected delegates of the dais, and all my dear colleagues, my friends, my students, and my fellow researchers. It is a great occasion that we are here, gathered here in the IIIM, the International Hello? Yeah, it's a great occasion. We are gathered here in the IIIM, International Industry Academia Meet. And I think a few of the aspects that we are looking for from this meet are collaborations, opportunities, and directions. Especially in this VUCA world, I think you have all heard of this term, VUCA world, where it is, very vulnerable, chaotic, uncertain, ambiguous. This is the nature of the world today, with recessionary forces, with AI taking over the normal the way of doing things, with wars going on in certain parts of the world. This is a time where there's a lot of uncertainty, and the need of the hour is direction. Direction for the academia, from the international players, from the industry, and we look forward to a collaboration to help us move forward the best foot forward, to help us design our curriculum, design our labs, design our interfaces, so that our students are the most competent, the most effective to the industry, to the academia, to the professional world. You know, in UEM, we have a unique way of teaching learning that is separate from the rest of the country, and that is development of products and development of projects as a way of learning. This perhaps is a very, very unique way of learning where our students, along with our teachers and researchers, regularly develop products for the industry that are being used in the industry. They develop projects which are used in the industry. So this kind of a teaching learning process where students are engaged to create international standard quality products is certainly a unique feature of this university. It is perhaps one of the many USPs of this university. We not only use artificial intelligence, but we develop artificial intelligence models. We train artificial intelligence models. We have high-end GPU-based servers to train the AI models, and our teams, wherever they go to the international and national level hackathons, exhibitions, product developments, startup pitches, they always take either the first or the second or the third prize. So that, I think, is a testament of the fact that our students, our curriculum, our teachers are in the right direction. However, in the ever dynamic and VUCA world, we always need to align with the industry, with the international academia, international industry, and with the national and regional industries and academia, to make sure we are not falling behind, to make sure our students are always at the edge. The international level MOUs. I know that Professor Vishal Chatterjee went to various international delegations. I also regularly visit international delegations and sign MOUs. And very soon we'll be starting our semester abroad program, where our students are going to various national and international universities for semester abroad. So they will do the semester abroad, come back and do a credit transfer to the university. So this will be one of the latest offerings. Our PhD program, our PSc Beams, DLIT program, all these programs, our postdoc program, all these programs are designed to further our R&D. For the last 8 years, we'll be happy to know that UEM Jaipur has been at the top in Rajasthan in NPTEL. Our students all do multiple NPTEL and MOOCs courses, and they are always aligned with the latest technological developments, along with AICT minor, dual major. They are always trying to keep up, always trying to be at the edge, using the latest emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, robotics, all these. So I look forward to hearing the speeches of the esteemed delegates, esteemed keynote speakers, because, as I say, as much as we may try to align, I'm always sure there are many things to learn all the time. The biggest room is the room for improvement. So there's always room for improvement. So that is why we want to hear all the experts from the industry, from the academia, from the international level industry and academia, and try to learn, try to improve, try to adapt so that we are at the cutting edge of technology and we deliver our students our products which are very useful to the industry and academia. Thank you all. We look forward to hearing all this galaxy of dignitaries speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring presidential address and for sharing your invaluable insights with us. It is now my distinct privilege to invite Professor Dr. Vishujay Chatterjee, sir, the Vice Chancellor of IIIM Jaipur, to deliver the oration speech. Professor Dr. Chatterjee, a distinguished academic and researcher, has made significant contributions in the field of nanoscience, applied robotics, and computer vision.
Thank you. It feels bad when you are standing in front of the luminaries, the top people of academics, and to say something, so a few words about me, which are absolutely insignificant. I am looking forward to learning from you all, to say the least, and it will be an honor to felicitate you all today. And we have arranged to hand over some awards to you people, which is, I should say, it will be a big, big honor for all of us. Thank you so much for coming over here. It is really, really an honor for the university. And I always believe that if you deliver good academics, nothing else is needed. Like people talk about brand building, sponsoring, advertising. I'm a strong believer that all these things are absolutely not needed if you are delivering quality to the students. And I'm sure whatever quality we are standing at the moment, after the end of the session today, end of the day today, the quality of the university must go at least 2 to 3 levels higher. That is really something I believe. The topics for discussion, there are 3 topics, but I could broadly make out the 2 keywords. One is the keyword AI again, and the other keyword is communication. Now, when you're talking about artificial intelligence, the biggest challenge that comes in is how much artificial intelligence is going to take away the jobs and what difference it is going to make and where is its application. I could broadly make out that artificial intelligence has got its biggest application in 3 M's: medical, management, and manufacturing. Now, when you're talking about medical, it is very, very important that the medical models are trained, and so that when a patient is coming up with a disease or talking about his or her symptoms, those symptoms being fed into your system, the system would be able to predict the medication and predict the checkup. So that is the biggest application of AI at the moment. The other 2 applications are management and manufacturing. So when we are talking about management, you know, the biggest application that is going on is to predict whether a business is suitable or not, whether the business is going to make profit in the coming 5 years or 10 years or is not profitable. To predict, that prediction is the biggest work of artificial intelligence in the management sector. And definitely manufacturing, the last thing, manufacturing, that is also a predictive fault tolerance. That is, if a device is going to get faulty, to predict from earlier that it is going to get faulty. Like whether a jet engine needs replacement has to be predicted. So these are the 3 major applications of AI. And whether it is going to take away our jobs, I heard a very, very interesting thing from a Supreme Court, from one of the top Supreme, I'm not taking the name, top Supreme Court lawyers at the IIT Delhi, which I was actually moderating a panel 2 years back. And I heard it from him saying that, he said it very nicely. He said it very nicely. He said that actually I use ChatGPT a lot to design my lawsuits and everything nowadays. So I straightforward asked him, so sir, how many recruitments do you have at the moment? How many people are working under you? He said about 30 people are working under me at the moment, straight away, right away 30, below them there are more maybe. So I asked him, so if AI is going to design these lawsuits for you and everything for you, then are you going to recruit those 30 people anymore? So he answered that 30 people, using 30 people, I could design 30 lawsuits in one day. Now using 30 people, one people I can design 30 lawsuits in a day. So using 30 people, I can design 900. And automatically, this has gone up. You used to say that court cases remain pending for a year, 2 years. It will not remain pending anymore because I am going to do 900 nowadays. So it's not that I am going to drop off any of the 30, all the 30 are going to remain, but I am going to do more in a day. That was his answer. I liked it. I think that is applicable everywhere. I was having a talk with Dokal sir yesterday, and he said that it is like that nowadays, that we used to take a challenge of maybe delivering a certain product in 30 days. Now we take the challenge of delivering it in 1 day or 2 days because of the automatic coding thing, no code, low code thing that have come into picture. So that is about AI. About communication in our university, we have tried a lot to put in English communication and other, we have put in a lot of languages, we have put in French, we have put in Spanish in the syllabus at the moment. So Spanish is there in our syllabus, French is there in our syllabus, we have incorporated it from last year. And English, we have incorporated in all the semesters, English communication, because I strongly believe that an engineer can be very good, but if he cannot communicate what he desires, then it is of no use after all. So I really believe communication has got a big role to play. Everybody should learn how to talk and how to present his idea or how to present his project or product, whatever he has developed, he or she has developed. So these are the broad two topics. I will be very eager to hear from you, learn a lot from you. That is my idea for the day. I'm sure the entire crowd over here will be looking forward to that. About this university, to end it, about this university very quickly. We are a group from Kolkata, the IIM and IIIM group. We are there since 1989. We are the oldest self-financed institutional group of West Bengal. And we were invited by the government of Rajasthan in 2009 to establish this university, where by God's grace, we stood first in the Technical Education Quality Improvement Program funded by TechIP. We stood first in the country. By God's grace, in 2009, we received this invitation and we came over here, established this university. And ever since that, I strongly believe, I have been telling this in many platforms, I strongly believe that the biggest stakeholder are the students. We can do many things, we can do innumerable number of research, but at the end of it, if students are not the beneficiaries, then university does not gain anything. So I believe that the students, the stakeholders, it is their feathers that they are earning in their cap, that we are also creating as our feathers and climbing up the ladder. We are trying to do so. And I'm very thankful to the students. I've always been saying IIIM is for the students, of the students, by the students. I've told this many a times. And I'm very proud to say that, as Professor Chakraborty was stating, that in front of all the centers of excellence, the top universities and institutes who are present over here today, I'm very proud to say that we are also one of the top 200, amongst the top 200 mentor institutions that have been suggested by ICT. We are one of those mentor institutions in innovation, and we are trying to help other institutes to innovate. We are doing that. And as he said, that in NPTEL for the last 8 sessions, we are topping in Rajasthan. I believe our position in India will go up if we keep on trying more and more, and with the inputs from luminaries and dignitaries like you. Thank you so much for coming over here, and I'm sure that the students will learn a lot. Please take this as an opportunity, dear students. Once more I tell you, last time I tell you, I ended by saying this, that see, the biggest gift God has given us is networking. And this is something that no other animals can do, only human beings can do. So kindly use that. You have got a huge chance of getting in touch with these people today. Please use this as an opportunity. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. It is now my honor to invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, the Registrar and Provost of IIIM Jaipur, to deliver the Registrar's greetings. Please join me in welcoming, sir.
Very good morning. First of all, On behalf of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, all staff members, students, all stakeholders, Kamagan. I welcome all the dignitaries over here in this campus. It's the first time when the kind of people we are interacting with today, the kind of personalities we are interacting with today, that will definitely make the level of the university somewhat higher what we have. Whatever being said and done is there. But I just want to inform that UEM Jaipur is making all sorts of efforts to make our students job ready. That is the most important part today, to making a student job ready in the sense that the companies what they require for their future projects is being taught in the university, is being delivered in the university, is being given in the form of workshops, training sessions, and all sorts of supports as far as the project funding, as far as the patents, all together means whatever the things we can think of academically, university is trying to put forward with all sorts of support and all sorts of facilities. The result is that within a short span of 12 years, we have been the leading university in AICT. All the courses are approved by AICT. And in last many years, we are in the first university. We are in Rajasthan, the first university under AICT Leadership in Teaching Excellence, LIGHT program. So you can see AICT program LIGHT. Only university from Rajasthan which is Leadership in Teaching Education, Teaching Excellence. For electric vehicles, only university, and for web development. So, thank you. It's all due to our students and teachers. In other part, if I say patents, which is you can say the testimony of what we are doing and what the publications of the departments are doing. 583 patents published. 583 patents. If you see, we are in the top 20 universities of India right now, as far as the publication of the patents are there. More than 200 patents are in the final stage of FER and grants. You know that it will take time of around 1 to 2 years for the complete process, but more than 200 patents are in this process already. So it's the result of all the efforts what we are doing forward to make our students job ready. 6 industries labs sponsored by industry are in campus just for the training of those students which industry wants, that the students should have those capabilities which are required for their projects. So these are the things actually needed right now in an academic institution. As far as the international collaboration is there, students given the exposure by making them trips to foreign universities. When we are going outside, we take our students outside for 7 days, 15 days course. They get the workshop over there, train from the foreign professors, get the exposure of that university, and they basically design the same kind of environment, try to design the same kind of environment in our laboratory. If you visit the projects, right now in the display today, I will request all of you to please look around and please suggest the way how we can improve upon. Though our students are doing great in many of the aspects, many of the students, I just wanted to inform, for one student in 2017 won the first place in smart competition USA. Afaq Ahmed, he is here. He is now in a teaching department right now, and he is a mentor of, you can say, other students. The team of students stood first in the online hackathon in Harvard University. First place. So these are the achievements students now is starting to get. It's just 12 years of a university. We have just started, and I hope with the blessings of all of you, with the suggestions, recommendations, and whatever the critical suggestions you can give, we will welcome all. And I hope this particular interaction of industry, academia, and students, faculty members definitely will give this particular one day summit, synergy summit, a valuable, a very valuable, you can say, outcome. And I am very much hopeful for this interaction. And I once again welcome all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable registrar's greeting and for setting the tone for today's event. Thank you to the all esteemed keynote speakers for gracing the stage with your presence. Your inspiring keynote addresses are eagerly awaiting during your keynote address sessions. For now, I may kindly request all our dignitaries to please take your seats in the audience. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to all our dignitaries.
You will sit there, front, back.
Now, as we move ahead in our program, I am requesting my fellow colleague Rishita Das, who will be taking charge of the next phase from RU.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving forward, it is my privilege to introduce and invite the first keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Garja Larsen. With over 2 decades of experience spanning Europe and the Asia-Pacific region, Ms. Larsen has been at the forefront of driving innovation and operational excellence across industries such as sustainability, food, lifestyle, and medtech technology. As an advocate for green innovative solutions and a pioneer in simplifying complex systems, her work has significantly contributed to fostering sustainable growth and accessibility in business. A strong leader with expertise in corporate governance, audit, and risk management, Ms. Larsen has brought stability and progress to international businesses operating in highly competitive markets. Beyond her professional achievements, she is deeply committed to mentoring startups, particularly those focused on green innovation, making her insight invaluable to our discourse today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the dynamic and visionary Ms. Garja Larsen to deliver a keynote address. A big round of applause.
Now I have to say Kamaganji. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. I remember first time I came to Rajasthan, I heard this magical word, and I actually didn't know what it meant. But now I know what it means, and it's a very fantastic way of greeting people. And also namaskar to everyone here as well. So, I'm Katja Larsen, and I'm from Denmark. I'm not aware if any one of you actually know how much Denmark and Rajasthan is working together at the moment. Our government and the Indian government works on a lot of projects, especially focusing on water. So you might hear some of the Danish companies coming out here to assist in cleaning and making water the same kind of quality we have in Denmark. You can drink the water now from the tap completely without any, there's nothing in our water. It's one of the most cleanest drinking water in the world, and it's something we're really, really proud of, but we also cherish it and we keep it. It's almost like a fort to get into these water areas in Denmark. So I hope that Rajasthan will at one point have the same kind of drinking water as we have in my country, because it's something that we all should cherish and be taken care of. Anyway, that's just a small story because we were talking about water earlier. I have worked, actually I'm an engineer myself, and I started my career back in Johnson & Johnson and Cisco and some of the larger American companies in all over Europe. So I was in France and Belgium and Amsterdam, working in different cultures. I've actually lived in 7 different countries now. Lately, previously it was China, Shanghai, and then I actually moved to Mumbai, Delhi, and now I'm in Bangalore. A big cultural change from China to India, the way we work, the way we are communicating. But preferably, I have to say that Rajasthan is actually my favorite area to be in. I've been here 1,000 times, I think, and I have a lot of good friends in Rajasthan. So I'm very, very honored to be invited today to this event or summit here in IIIM, Jaipur. I have my own consultancy. I work within sustainability, but actually my core focus is not just sustainability, it's also ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance principles. So I help companies, larger corporations, to become compliant. And I just recently made a Gujarat company where I'm also a board member in, ESG compliant, because they sell and export their products to all over Europe, UK, and US. So this is something that it's a stepping stone for them, because it actually makes them eligible not only for new clients back in Europe and in US and UK, but also for investments. Because a lot of the companies in the VCs today, and I think we have a VC gentleman, yes, there, they are actually looking at ESG compliant companies. So that means that you need to make sure that your products are sustainable, and it's not just sustainable economically, it's also the environmental part. This means that you are following regulations in the country on work and in general also gender-based and many other kind of regulations when it comes to your workforce, and then of course the governance part, that you run an ethical company. So this is some of the things that I do with both Indian companies, but also with some of the larger corporations in India. I'm also a mentor in NITIU, which I'm very proud of. I'm the first first foreign mentor in NITIU, helping young leadership or female leadership, and also female entrepreneurs excel in their daily lives. And again, my board member position in Gujarat that I'm very proud of. As a female, it's not that easy to actually achieve board memberships. Even in my own country, we are fighting to get more influence in the bigger companies that are lit. And it's important we bring in both men and women and all kinds of genders, so we have a more diverse and more inclusive work environment. So that's a little bit about myself. But I would like to talk today about innovation, communication, and also how we can bridge that together in when it comes to academia and organizations, and also the government and in public in general. So I do believe that this summit actually provides a timely opportunity to explore how we can bridge gaps between industries, institutions, and academia, especially in the era market of rapid technology change and increasing globalization. I do work with AI and technology when I work with my clients, because this is a way where we actually can detect and find better ways to working. We've heard today that is AI actually dangerous? Are we a little scared of the future of AI? But if we look at what we can use AI for in the future, and if we're smart enough, actually there's a lot of things that can be helped and improved with AI. Some of them is within healthcare. I think that's one of the most important parts. It's more proficiency when you work. It's also detect pattern, how we behave as people. One of the things that I work with is a company that can detect how we work together in a workplace. So how do we act when we go into a workplace? how do we look at each other when there's a new person coming in? Are we actually using that knowledge and that person from the beginning? There's a study that has shown that actually it takes a year before knowledge is being used in the right way, because we have to get used to that person. So these things are something where we can detect this much earlier than we've been able to in the past, and use this knowledge much better. So that was a little bit about how I see AI as well. I have over 20 years of experience in innovation and sustainability and communication, and I've recently started also looking into the investment promotion part because of my part with the VC company. And I have seen actually how communication serves as a driving force and actually can transform collaboration. It can foster innovation and improving operational efficiencies. So my work has also been revolved around creating awareness on sustainability and identifying green projects and investments opportunities in key sectors such as energy, manufacturing, IT, high tech, deep tech, many other kinds of tech areas, healthcare tech, sustainability tech, green tech, as I mentioned, and other parts. And all of them actually, and I think we can all agree on that, all of them actually require effective cross-cultural communication. And it needs also the innovative thinking, and especially the strong leadership. Because it's actually really interesting that this part comes into play, because we had a very interesting discussion in the car today. And what actually the outcome is that what is the most important in a workforce today is actually strong leadership that understands and can communicate. These things are something that today many companies are focusing on and are being better at, but there's still a long way for companies today to communicate their strategies, to communicate the culture in the company, but also to understand the differences from country to country, to person, and also state to state, because there's always different cultures in a organization. So, I hope it's the right slide. So, as I mentioned, in an interconnected world, collaboration is no longer limited by borders. The lines in cultures are increasingly blurred. And it brings both exciting opportunities, but it also brings in challenges. One of the most rewarding aspects of my career has been actually facilitating these cross-cultural communication camps. It has been helping institutions from diverse regions, both India, also US, and also Europe. And actually, one of the things that we have tried and has been quite successful, and that's also what I do today in my social part of ESG, it has actually bringing in a common goal that has been able to be in a shape that make all cultural being taken into consideration. So actually what is the heart of this process is the effective communication. It's not just about translating words from one language to another, but it's also to understand the values, the priorities, and perspectives. When companies invest in understanding the cross-cultural communication, it actually helps them and the institutions from diverse regions to come together and work in a common way. So in sectors like green energy, healthcare, many of the newer sectors that we see today, where there's a lot of innovation going on, and where collaboration across nations is essential tackling the global challenges that we see today, such as the climate change, the healthcare issues, the elderly burden, all these aspects that many companies see today. Communication is paramount. Whether it's aligning on sustainable goals, on ensuring that all stakeholders are engaged in discussions about innovation and ESG practices. Strong communication serves also that bridge that aligns diverse interests. So it actually enables stakeholders to engage in meaningful dialogues, share the knowledge, and also work together to achieve shared objectives. So what you hear actually, I'm not sure that if you hear some of the core things that I'm talking about, especially collaboration, working together, and the communication. So those things to be more innovative, to become a better workplace is key today in a modern society. So, turning back to the role of management, what I mentioned today was that if the senior management is not aware of these goals, then we have a problem. We need to have that incorporated into many of the companies. So, actually, that the leaders understand that communication, the power of communication, can drive greater alignment, foster innovation, and enhance team productivity. For example, if you see some of the big American companies, not that I'm a super fan of always how, as being a European, how American companies are run. That's my personal point. But Google, for example, they have been extremely good at the communicating, and it means they are extremely innovative because they are listening to different kind of inputs from their employees, and they can actually change their products into what their own employees are thinking as well. And this is one of the things that is super important for many companies today. I have been working as I mentioned earlier, I've been working in Johnson & Johnson, Cisco, many big, larger corporations. And exactly this part of innovation is actually on their key core, because we've seen larger corporations die because they haven't been innovative or innovative. And this is one of the things that most leaders are looking at today. That's also why it's really interesting to hear what happens on this university, because I do believe that the universities today are the ones who has most knowledge, but also the most innovative idea. The more crazy idea, the more crazy you are, the more actually you become not tied down to a norm. So it actually helps sometimes to have fun ideas and bring them out. Don't be shy to not bring out your ideas, to bring out things that might not happen today. Because it actually can create some kind of a product that later on can either help someone or can support in some way another product. And especially today when we talk about climate changes, I see most of the kids that I speak with and the students that I see, many of them are actually extremely good when it comes to green solutions within climate change. Because when we get a little older, we have a tendency to stay in the same mindset. But young people today are actually much more open to new ideas. So, one of the things that we can look towards today is actually AI, automation, and the human touch. And how do we do business management and cross-cultural collaborations? We must and we have to address AI and automation. Because these technologies have the power to transform industries, streamline processes, and provide valuable insights through data analytics. I worked in Shanghai in a large American company where we actually used analytics again to see how people move around in an office. And we were able to cut down some of the real estate costs because of some of the space was not used. And this is actually for many companies today because you save resources and you are still what are you using your resources to the best. This is very, very important today because we have to spend and take care of our resources as best as possible. So some of the rooms that was already designed for this space, we could cut down and cut down on light, cut down on air conditioning, all these things that are supporting the climate changes. So, in my experience, AI and automation can serve as powerful tools as identifying investment opportunities as well. For instance, data-driven analytics can reveal trends that inform strategic processes. Sorry, but you need to remember to pair this with human intelligence. So the analytics that come after you have the data is actually more important because you can see as we are aware of our behaviors as humans. A machine doesn't know that. Data cannot tell that. But we as humans can detect these things. So we need to make sure that the AI, just like in health tech, in green tech, in many different segments, are being paired with that human intelligence that we have. So we are good at analyzing what we see in front of us and what is the outcome. So when you have the data, you look at the numbers, you have maybe an equation somewhere, you need to make sure that you also know what to do with that data. So these things are extremely important in today's market when we talk about automation and data and AI. So, for example, with what I do with ESG and sustainability practices, human-driven innovation is extremely crucial. We can, in ESG, we can track and analyze ESG metrics, but it's actually, as I mentioned previously, it's the human stakeholders who can bring those insights into life. So they can make the strategic decision-making, the community engagement, and also the ethical leadership. So communication in this context becomes essential not just for conveying information, but also inspiring a shared vision of sustainability and corporate responsibility. Leaders must be able to communicate the importance of ESG factors and their integration into business strategies and ensuring that all stakeholders are aligned and committed to driving the meaningful change. I hope that everyone is following me because it's a lot of buzzwords and I'm not sure that everyone is completely aligned, but if you have any questions about anything, then please let me know. So the last part that we talk about when we talk about innovation is, of course, the industry-institution synergy, which is so important because, as I mentioned, academia today got a lot of very good ideas, a lot of research done, and if we can use that into the industries in a more effective, more better way, that is where we find the really, really good innovation projects. I have an example. I was working with Bosch all over Asia Pacific, and Bosch are doing these innovation labs, and I know that they've done it in India as well. It hasn't. Their innovation labs across Asia Pacific has not been the biggest success, but it was a start. And sometimes instead of saying, okay, we chop it down, we don't want to use it, it's too expensive, it's too many resources, it might not have been mature. But today, Bosch is looking into these innovation labs and seeing if it's actually not feasible to start again with these innovation labs. And they use academia actually across Asia Pacific. So it's not just the company itself that has the research. They also use academia and also SMEs. Many of the SMEs are actually the most innovative, and a lot of the larger companies suck these innovations into their own portfolio and are actually able to, with their resources, to bring up the product in the right way. But so yeah, in closing, it is very, very important to highlight the critical role of industry institution synergy in advancing global innovation and sustainable growth. So communication is the glue that holds this synergy together. Whether it's between businesses, universities, public and private sectors, or industries and governments, this ability to communicate across these divides is what unlocks new opportunities. As we work to build a more sustainable technology advanced future, cross-sector collaboration will be essential. Communication across industries, institutions, and cultures can help us navigate challenges, co-create solutions, and drive progress in areas such as green energy, manufacturing, healthcare, as I mentioned previously, deep tech, high tech, etc. By embracing collaboration and leveraging both technology and human interaction, we can build a future that is not only more innovative, but also more equipped, oh, I can't say that, equal and sustainable. So I'm really, really proud today that I am here because it's, for me, it's not just an honor to be in Rajasthan, but it's also an honor because you guys are universities, you're the one who got a lot of knowledge on new innovative products. And thank you so much for having me here today. I hope that we will have a very fruitful day, good discussions on AI, automation, workplaces, innovation, how do we create a better future for both you, but also for our children. So thank you so much, and thank you for having me as a keynote.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening and inspiring keynote address. Your insights have truly set the tone for the discussion. I would now like to kindly request you, ma'am, to take your seat as a distinguished panelist for the first panel discussion. Your valuable perspectives will undoubtedly enrich the dialogue. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with this insightful gathering, it is now time to commence our first panel discussion of the day. This session promises to be an engaging and thought-provoking conversation on a topic that is shaping the future of business and communication in the modern world. The first panel discussion is titled The Future of Communication, AI and Automation, and the Evolution of Human Interaction in Business. In this discussion, we will explore how artificial intelligence and automations are transforming communication within organizations, revolutionizing how businesses operate, and creating new pathways for human interaction. With the rapid advancement in technology, businesses must have navigated the evolving landscape of AI-powered communication tools and automated processes, while ensuring that human touch and creativity continue to play a vital role in shaping organizational culture and success. To guide us through this dynamic conversation, we are joined by an esteemed panel of experts and thought leaders, each of whom brings a wealth of experience and insights from diverse fields. They will share their perspective on the latest development on AI and automation and their impact on the future of business communication. Let us now invite our esteemed panelists to join us on stage for the exciting discussion. Moving forward, it is my privilege to invite our first esteemed panelist, Dr. Harsh Puri, to the stage. A big round of applause for Dr. Harsh Puri. Dr. Puri is the Dean of Information Wisdom and the officiating Dean of the Jamnalal Bajaj School of Legal Studies at Vanastali Vidyapeeth, which is India's largest residential university for women. A distinguished academic and a gold medalist in commerce, he brings over 20 years of rich experience in teaching, research, and academic administration. Dr. Purohit has authored 2 books, published more than 75 research papers, and guided 35 PhD scholars, contributing extensively to academia. His involvement in innovative initiatives such as Niti Aayog Atal Incubation Center, along with his pioneer frameworks like the Holistic Electrical Competency Rating and Work-Life National Fusion, showcases his leadership in shaping forward-thinking education and societal strategy. We are honored to have him here with us today. Next, it is an honor to introduce our second esteemed panelist, Mr. Anil Donkawale, a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience. A big round of applause. He is currently serving as a project manager at Wipro. He has been instrumental in leading complex SAP BI projects and driving innovative solutions. Mr. Donkawale's career journey includes significant roles at Tech Mahindra and Patni Computer Systems, where he honed his expertise in SAP, analytics, and technical leadership. A proud alumnus of the College of Engineering, Pune, he holds a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering and consistently showcases commitment to leveraging technology for impactful business outcomes. We are privileged to have him here, share his valuable insight with us today. A big round of applause. Next, we have with us Dr. Sujit Kumar Barai, a visionary academic leader and accomplished civil engineering expert. A big round of applause. Currently, he is serving as the director and senior professor at BIS Pilani campus. He brings decades of experience from premier institutions like IIT Kharagpur and international engagement at Carnegie Mellon University, Tel Aviv University, and the National University of Singapore. With a PhD in engineering from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and extensive research contributions, including over 214 publications and 3 co-authored books, Dr. Barai's expertise spans green technology, recycled construction materials, computational techniques, and AI-driven engineering solutions. His illustrious career reflects a blend of innovation, education, and research. We are privileged to hear from you. Our next esteemed panelist is Dr. Krishna Kumar Valana, a dynamic leader of over 3 decades of extended experience. A big round of applause. Currently, he is leading the School of Management and Entrepreneurship as well as the Center of Technology Foresight and Policy. Dr. Balaram is known for his expertise in strategic management, organizational development, and leadership transformation. Throughout his illustrious career, he has held key leadership roles, including P&A responsibilities, guiding business strategies, and leading diverse cross-functional and multi-locational teams. Dr. Balaram's contribution extends to product lifecycle management, fostering innovation, and shaping organizational vision. An accomplished researcher, advisor, and educator, he has a deep commitment to mentoring future leaders and driving experience. His areas of interest such as strategic foresight, entrepreneurship, and international business enrich today's panel discussion with invaluable perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our 5th and final esteemed panelist of this panel discussion, Mrs. Mabel Movin, currently serving as a scientist in charge at the National Test Hub Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. A big round of applause. Mrs. Movin brings a wealth of expertise in scientific research, quality assurance, and consumer protection. With a distinguished career in ensuring standards and testing compliance with the consumer product, she has been instrumental in fostering trust and transparency between manufacturer and end users. Her extensive knowledge and dedication to upholding consumer rights make her a pivotal voice in discussion on innovation and leadership in sustainable practice. We are truly honored to have her today. Moving forward, steering the discourse as the moderator for our first panel discussion is a highly accomplished Professor Puneet Sharma. A big round of applause. With an illustrious career in media and communication, Professor Sharma has been a distinguished scriptwriter and anchor for Doordarshan National and Rajasthan since 2004, hosting of 200 impactful talk shows. His expertise extends to being a panelist with Z Rajasthan News and contributing to the creative realms as an actor and director in short films, advertisements, and documentaries. Professor Sharma also serves as the media advisor for the Ministry of Education's prestigious Smart India Hackathon, a role he has held since 2018. His exceptional ability to engage audiences and foster insightful dialogue ensures a dynamic and enriching discussion. Okay, then before we dive into the enriching panel discussion, it is time to honor our esteemed panelists and moderator for their presence and valuable contribution. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, our registrar, to kindly forward and present token of respect to our distinguished guests. A big round of applause. Starting with Ms. Kajal Arsa, CEO Silver Spoon Consultancy Denmark. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have with us Dr. Harsh Purohit, a distinguished academic and pioneer in innovative research. I request Registrar Sir to kindly honor him with the token of respect. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, I invite Registrar Sir to present the token of respect to Mr. Anil Dorkawale, a seasoned project manager and expert in SAP technologies. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Registrar Sir to honor Dr. Sudhir Kumar Barai, a visionary in the field of civil engineering and academia. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Next, it is my pleasure to again invite Registrar Sir to felicitate Professor Krishna Kumar Balana, a leader in strategy, innovation, and organizational development. A big round of applause for Krishna, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we would like to call Mrs. Mabel Bobe. Please come up the stage and have the present of. A big round of applause. She is the scientist in charge at the National Test of Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. Thank you so much, ma'am. And finally, I request Registrar Sir to honor our moderator for the session, Professor Puneet Sharma, a celebrated media professional and advisor. A big round of applause, please, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let us all express our gratitude to these incredible individuals with a round of applause. A big round of applause. And with the felicitation complete, it's time to dive into the much anticipated panel discussion. I now hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Professor Puneet Sharma, whose expertise and experience promise to make this discussion insightful and engaging.
Request for two microphones.
Okay, so there is a difference in watching a film and watching something which is live. In films, people, those who pay high or more for the tickets, they get the occupancy in the backside. But when it comes to live, it's better to opt a seat which is on the front side. So may I request people, those who are sitting in the last, few seats are available here and it's totally free. There are no charges, please. Last तक आपके और हमारे बीच में नहीं रहनी चाहिए. आगे सीट्स अवेलेबल हैं और होस्ट बाद में भी टिकट ले लेंगे आपसे जाने के वक्त में भी. So, coming to today's topic, AI is going to be a game changer in the journey of self-reliance India or Viksit Bharat by 2047. For the last 2 years, we have been hearing a lot about AI, and government of Rajasthan, during the prerogative of Rising Rajasthan, they are using this word AI a lot. Double AI, they have created a new word. So thank you, University, for opting this quite relevant topic for today's occasion, and thank you for giving me opportunity to host the first session, which is related to AI. So I think the future of communication would be anything which is possibly can get connected will be connected. So in nutshell, if we say what can be the future of AI or what can be the future of communication, Professor Balram, coming to you, since you are a man of business communication, external communications are important. Equally, internal communications, even with self. अध्यात्म में हम कहते हैं कि पहले स्वयं से बात करें फिर बाद में बात दूसरों से करें. But when it comes to execution, of course, speaking high is something, but execution is a real good thing, a big thing. So when it comes to execution, organization plays a key role. In what way AI can be an instrumental or essential instrument for internal communications in any organization? We have a couple of minutes, say 4 or 5 minutes to review.
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thank you for you to having invited me to the esteemed panel. To start with, I think there was something called the Turing test, and that is perhaps the defining test for seeing whether the communications from artificial intelligence will work. And then in short, the test is that if a human receives an answer, and if the human is not able to decipher whether the answer is coming from another human or from a non-human entity, then you are right in terms of the communication. So the current state of AI is that I think we are come to a point where many of us are not able to tell whether it's from the AI or from human. So in that sense, in a very limited way, I think we have come of age in crossing the Turing test in a certain point of view, and that is very important because in communication, there's two aspects of what is based on the past and what we can tell about the future. And the communication part is in terms of using past data to generate new communication, also carries with it a lot of bias of the past. And since we want to change, can that be tenable? And hence we come to the point of whether we are really looking at forecast, which is past on, which is based on past data, or whether you're looking at foresight in the sense of looking at future from evolving trends and analyzing what's happening, weak signals which it's not very visible to others. So from an organization perspective, that becomes very important to motivate employees to understand not just what they're doing at this point of time, but where the future goes. And in that sense, artificial intelligence, in terms of its ability to process data, and currently also able to, in some way, extrapolate data for the future, which is very arguable. We can argue whether it's right or wrong, but its ability to extrapolate data. And in that sense, within the organization's perspective, organizations are starting more and more adopt especially what we call right now the generative AI. And that is very critical because uh, there are islands of information, there are public information available, and for an organization, both are important. And privacy is also important. The company information cannot go outside, and the public information they want to use it for the development. So from the communication, from the usage of the data, before communication, the usage of data, I think the point has now become from whether you can give good answers to the employee or general human entity there. It has moved on from saying can you ask, give a good answer to say whether can you ask a good question. Because a lot of the search which used to be what humans were actually involved in uh, is now become what we call prompt engineering, right? How do you ask questions? And always, I mean, intelligent people have always asked good questions, but now it's become a more of a common trait for people going into the industry to understand, ask the right questions. So I think we have moved on from being executors to, in some sense, people who need to process information. And that way, the current generation is going to have a double whammy. Previously, at least, I used to have a choice set. Maybe I used to make a choice and maybe leave also good choices. But the choices which is given to us, which is generated, also has a lot of falseness and false negatives in it, right? False positives, false negatives. So one of the important point which the employees in the future need to understand, because they need to use this data for communication, understand, even remove the falseness, and then understand the rightness, which previously was the case, and also in that sense it becomes a double cognitive load. So while it seems on the surface it is very easy to use it for communication, at this point it's something which I would like to draw attention of the especially young folks is going into the industry. One of the things which industries are using, which I know is of course they are making giving access to data using Gen AI. One of the areas which recently was very intrigued is for performance management. Previously, the employee used to write something and the manager used to write something. Now they're told, and this is a live case which I'm putting, I can of course, this is what I hear, and I also talk to the managers. The managers can use Gen AI and use the database and the communication within the system to write the performance appraisal of the person. So much so that even the employee can use it to write performance appraisal, which means they have to leave a track of communication of everything they do in the digital format. So it becomes imperative more than ever for employees and participants to understand that they have to give a trail of communication internally, in digitally. So that's one thing which I would like to say. And the second thing, I will stop with this.
Yes, you have rightly said internal communication, the importance of internal communication in the industry. Coming to Anilji, you are from industry. You're from industry, Wipro. Anything and everything starts with thinking. And design thinking is a buzzword. So for automation, what sort of design thinking is needed to design a system using it?
Thank you, sir, and thank you to the university leaders for inviting us here. I think within 3-4 minutes,
Yeah,
I want to convey the message, right? See, the thought process, I want to bring your attention to one of the Hindi movie dialogue. But I don't know if you know the movie, okay? There is a dialogue in one of the movie, and the hero of the movie says, "Tell me something which I don't know." So, do you know the movie from where it comes?
I think it's about.
It's Simba, yes. So, many of the times I don't know whether the dialogue writers do they really know what the topic they are hitting. We have the data right in front of us, everybody is talking about the data. And if you try to bring some insight to your customer, the first thing what your customer says, I know this already. Tell me something which I don't know. So in the same movie he says in Marathi, "Je mala mahiti nahi te mala sang." And there are multiple languages which you can put the message. So do we really know how to process this data and bring an insight which the customer doesn't know? And that is the challenge with us. And that is why, artificial intelligence, automation, or human touch, right? Are we bringing that flavor? And that is why we need such enthusiastic engineers, okay, developers in the industry. I was talking to Biswajay sir last night that why industry is still looking for young engineers and we are already there, right? Why do they need new people in the organization? It's only because every generation brings new flavor, new insight, new thought process which we would not have thought of. And that is the very reason we are very open and embracing organization and every organization for that. So I'll just touch upon in 2 minutes. I'll touch upon some things here. So now I have said the context, right? The way we need to process the data, and now whether your insight is adding value to the business. Are you trying to add a value to the business? Now, how do you add a value to the business? You have to understand the architecture of the application which you are working on. So my young friends here who are in IT and many departments, right? If I try to say in an application development that I only know Java and this is my role, that's it. Don't ask me anything about other areas. But will this suffice the purpose of you being there? A person who knows the end-to-end architecture can only bring value. He will be able to point out, okay, these are the areas where the pain is going on. So there is a nice concept of BVM, business value add, BVA. What it tells you that if I do a process manually and there are 100 steps while doing it, right? The brainstorming has to happen. Thank you, sir. The brainstorming has to happen that out of these 100 steps, and if it takes 2 hours, how much I can reduce? And you don't challenge yourself to automate everything in the first go. You have to keep it in pockets and start thinking that whether we can bring that automation in pockets. So that business value add, because customer wants to invest only if there is a business performance. If you are able to give them value adds, I can give you an example. That if you are able to reduce the cycle time, if you are able to reduce the number of tickets, if you are able to save on dollar values, that is the backbone of them investing in new projects. And the last thing which I would like to touch upon, and just 1 minute, sir. Sure. That how you should be mad about technology passion. And I'll take an example from the real world. So how many of you know the chemical composition of benzene? Yes. Sir, Mr. Sir, tell me. Chemical composition of benzene. Yeah, C6H6 for that matter. C6H6. So the scientist who developed this chemical formula, right, was Kifune. Absolutely. But carbon being tetravalent, the scientist was confused earlier that how do we do that combination of carbon 6, hydrogen 6 in a tetravalent formation? Because earlier we used to openly write C and CH4, like C at the center and 4H. But then this scientist was sleepless. He was mad about that he has to come out of this dilemma and give a formula. And it is written in his story that he found this combination in his dream. Yeah, 6 snakes, tied to each other in a hexagonal fashion. He got this information in his dream, and it is already on record. And he came out of the dream. Most of the time we don't know. When we come out, we are half of the time we don't know what was the dream about. But this guy was able to put the formula right away. So it's my request to my fellow friends here. You have to be mad about your technology passion like this, and you can bring something new for us. Thank you so much.
I think potentials add value to any business. And that is possible only when the young students or startup values, they add value to the product. So in the beginning, when Vice Chancellor said, we have, in all the sessions, we are focusing teaching, which is enabler for product development and project development. So journey from project to product will help them to grow their startups. Now, of course, until there is value addition, it's not possible. Coming to this startup, already UN has prescribed SDG 17 goals, and almost all the departments, industry, they are trying to focus or refocus on those goals. And digital technologies, I think almost 70% of the goals can be fulfilled by using digital technologies. India is a country, seventh largest country, which is having agricultural land, producible agricultural land. In what way technology can be an enabler for the use of technology for the purpose of agriculture?
Actually, it's working now. Just have to turn it on. When it comes to sustainability in agriculture, it's actually really interesting because one of the things, AI in agriculture, it's one of those ways where we can predict and actually grow our crops better. We can detect diseases with AI. There's a lot of possibilities in AI to make our food better, less, and also better for our environment. I think we need to look today, when we talk about sustainability, agriculture, AI, we have to look at how we actually use our resources, because that can help us be better at detecting and also cut down on products. We can also avoid spillage. And there's a lot of ways that AI can help us today when it comes to sustainability. Also, detect, we use AI today also in climate changes. We can look at, already today, we can see what is happening when the flooding is coming or when the rain comes, we know that it will be a flooding. I would bet that we'll soon also be able to detect earthquakes in a more, in a better way than we have been able to earlier. So, especially with sustainability and AI, for me, that is one of the most important things because we can help going into a direction that has been difficult for us to detect because we've just been using resources. Today, we can work smarter and use our resources better when we use AI. So this is some of the things that I do believe that will be future-wise even more developed. We also, and I hope we're talking about bringing in health tech. Is it too early? I hope not. But it's actually one of the things that I find the most interesting parts because we can cure diseases and monitoring diseases. We can grow different new limbs. We can do a lot of things with AI that we haven't been able to before. And at the moment, I was at a big conference in Bangalore where the Institute of, or Indian Institute of Science, one of the professors there, he showed how they use AI within healthcare and tech, health tech. The way the pace we already are in AI today with detecting diseases, we were not there 10 years ago. So that we also have to look at the speed and how fast AI actually develops also, which is also interesting. I mean, I would bet in 20 years, the world will look very, very different than it does today.
Thank you. I think it's a great opportunity for people, those who want to explore their journey for the purpose of entrepreneurship. A lot many opportunities are there. Recently, Government of India has initiated AI Center of Excellence in Agriculture with IIT Jaipur. you can get connected as long as AI product developments are concerned for the purpose of agriculture. Already, Agriculture University at Jubilee. They are a spoke center for IT Roper. So you can get in touch to know the problem statements related to agriculture, farm management, crop production, and supply chain. Especially the role of supply chain is excellent. Coming to Professor Sudhir Kumar Balai. Sorry to keep you waiting. Man of civil engineering. So human civilization starts with construction, but the way we used to construct, the beginning of civilization has extensively changed. Now, IIT Kanpur is, they are going for development of sustainable cities. So, in what way we can rethink, learn, unlearn, and relearn use of AI or technology or civil engineering?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, IIIM, for inviting me here. I just want to congratulate IIIM, the organizing team, particularly for inviting all the keynote speakers, women. I think they deserve a big round of applause. Because the women leading from the front for this whole summit is very, very important. Now, coming to my question, before I just go to the question, because we are talking about AI, I wanted to just narrate a very small story. Which will, I think, will inspire the students to make sure that the AI world, why the natural intelligence has a lot of importance. And we should not miss out very important. So how many people know the Panchatantra stories in that there was one gentleman who was selling the cap and he went to the jungle and somebody, he was sleeping below the tree and the monkeys came and took away the caps and then he wanted to recover back the cap. So then he put up his cap and threw on the ground. All the monkeys threw all the caps on the ground and he collected back. That is the story everybody knows about. I know how many people know about this story? All of you, mostly all of you. Now there is a part 2 to the story. The part 2 of the story is that this gentleman became very old. He had a grandson. And his grandson also got into the business of selling the caps. And he told this story to his grandson very categorically. That once I lost my caps like this and I got it back also. So the grandson said, fine, I will remember in my life, I will never ever forget this story. So he went to the jungle again. He ended up exactly like his grandfather's story. He slept off. The monkeys came, took away all those caps. And then he remembered, when he woke up, he found that his caps are gone. So he threw his cap to collect his cap back. A small monkey came, slapped on his face, took away that cap, and while going, he said, "We too have a grandparents." So, the story is very simple: is that communication is very, very important, and natural intelligence is equally important. And if you forget about in this AI, in this whole challenging times, I think we will be losing our big time. So I think now coming to the most important part of using the AI and civil engineering. I'm very happy to say that in 1989, when I started my PhD work, I applied AI into health monitoring of the structures. 1989 at IISc Bangalore, the structural health monitoring of the railway bridges, I applied. It has now become a full circle. Now where we are now talking about AI, the kind of tools, the technologies available, the kind of data accessibility we have, the kind of sensors which are available, that is actually making it very, very exciting time where we can use this whole technology together and bringing the human intervention with that, we can do a better life we can create. So simple example is that now in the smart cities, even you look at a smart building. A smart building needs to have all the resources which are used in this one. If they are properly censored, properly maintained, properly controlled, I think we would be saving a lot of energy. I think Kaja was highlighting about the climate change, because everywhere the energy becomes a very critical thing. The second example is that a smart transportation system in sustainable cities. So making sure that all the vehicles which are used, the roads which are used, the traffic congestions which are monitored, all these things, if it is done very categorically, I think AI can play a very, very important role. And third thing is, of course, the solid waste management and all that, which is a very, very critical again part, because it's like a collections of the solid waste from different location, categorizations, using the state-of-the-art technologies of computer visions and graphics and all that, how you can really monitor, how you can really take it and then recycle them and use it them. One case study I just want to share because a lot of students are here. We have a Wazirabad, one very signature bridge in Delhi. I don't know how many people have crossed that bridge. It is monitored by 150 plus sensors on a daily basis. And it collects the data in real time and prepares the report at the end of the day, which tells them what is the health of the structure. And this is a reality. And now there the data analytics and artificial intelligence can play a very important role. If there are any kind of a deviation from the health of the structure differently, how we can really monitor that. So I think the world is changing, very exciting time for us. But only thing is that keep in mind that AI assisted all the system needs the human intervention any point of time for interventions. So thank you so much.
So despite of having data, still you need to use your natural intelligence. Thank you, wonderfully explained. Coming to Dr. Harsh Purohit, वाणिज्य बसते लक्ष्मी, लक्ष्मी जी के बिना सब कुछ भी संभव नहीं है. So integration of AI in transforming personal finances.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namah. So you spoke about the phrase, so I think I can relate it with the Shubh Labh also, because people feel that the acquaintance about money management is quite low in India, but it is not so, because outside every residence you will find Shubh Labh quite mentioned there. Anyway, so I think first of all, thank you to UIIM for inviting me, and it's a wonderful occasion. We started with the address by Professor Chakraborty, and he mentioned about VUCA. So VUCA, I have very modestly explained it with two more terms, VUCA and W, where N stands for nature apathy, and W stands for wisdomlessness. So in this VUCA NW world where we are into, quite highlighted by Srimad Bhagavad Gita. So here, when we talk about the academician perspective, then academicians talk about research gap, and we talk about startups when they talk about pain points. So there in the field of personal finance, which is a part of private finance, the main point is that on one side, the personal financial advisors don't have much of a business, while on the other side, the clients are doing all kind of mistakes. So we talk about wisdomlessness. That is, there is Sanskrit shloka. Yasya nasti swayam pragya, those who do not have wisdom. Shastram tasya karoti kim. What can the literature do for them? What Google do for them? Vochnabhyam bahidasya, those who cannot see. Darpanam kim karishati, what can the mirror do? So with this wisdom-lessness, the clients are working on their side, people are making mistakes, you hear in the news and all, people made the mistake, transferred the money and so much things. And on the other side, the personal financial advisors don't have the business. So what's the reason? So the research I conducted, I found that it's the main issue is of trust, because people don't want to divulge about what they are doing in their money management, etc. So this personal finance is basically about money management for financial independence and sustainable happiness. So what comes under personal finance? Budgeting, tax planning, retirement planning, expenditure management, estate planning, goal setting, risk tolerance, all these come under personal finance. Now coming to the AI, so the AI can help here because since there is a trust factor as far as the personal financial advisors and the real world is concerned. So AI can help in generating the multiple options, because when you have in the big data all the things about how the investors make the decision, and you have the millions of investors taking decisions, if not daily, then maybe on a fortnightly basis. All this data is there. And using this data, new kind of solutions can come up, which can make the retirement planning much better, which can help in giving a new dimension to the risk tolerance. And in this way, the AI can help immensely in the area of personal finance. Now, goal setting is something so crucial in the area of personal finance, and you cannot do it so easily. But the moment you have the AI inputs with you, then you can do it much better. So, AI has a big scope as far as the entire personal finance industry is concerned. The only issue right now is that if we see the cultural perspective of India, then in our cultural perspective, what works in the West does not work here. So that's where when we were working on personal finance at Ballister in Jaipur, then at that moment, after our research, we have come up with a cultural context model of personal finance, which we call as the Bharatiya model of personal finance, the application of IKS over personal finance. And there we feel that AI still has a lot to catch up because AI doesn't understand what is Sattvic Dan. You know, Dan can be Rasik, Tamsik, Sattvic. So AI doesn't understand what is Sattvic Dan. So there is a long way to go as far as the real personal finance is concerned in India. And last thing I would like to say that it's a big opportunity for the NBFCs and the banks to catch up in designing the right personal finance module for their clients. My vision is that in the time to come, the bank managers, they will all turn into personal finance advisors. They have no option with them but to be personal financial advisors in the time to come. So there, if the AI can break out some kind of solutions, it will be easy. Because imagine how a branch manager can cater to the thousands of customers. Only AI can help here. That's my take on it.
Thank you. I think this is the least explored area, personal finance, and we need to throw more light through IKS in context to India, because in the Indian system, first save then spend. The investment concept is spend and then remaining save. So it's the other way. You wish to contribute more?
I'm sorry to interrupt you here. The Bharti perspective is first donate, then invest, and then save. You know, that's what our mother also does. She prepares the chapati. The first is for the cow. So first donate. That's a very big change. I mean, you know, the way, see, money says, save me today, I will save you tomorrow. But Bharti perspective, what money says, remember, when you are no more in the world, I will not go with you. But my goodness can go with you. And what is that goodness? The punya. So that's one limitation of AI. AI cannot do Bharti.
Thank you. It's a new dimension for the subject. आपने trust की बात कही थी. So when it comes to government sector, more or less it becomes government's duty to protect trust and interest of consumers or customers. Coming to Ms. Mehul Bhumi, you are at Ministry of Consumer Affairs. In what way your department NTH can maintain the trust of consumers and customers?
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'm very, we the NTH are very grateful to the IIIM authorities to give an opportunity to come over here and to express our views and all. And also we appreciate IIIM to partner with the knowledge sharing and the transfer. Thank you. So, sir, your question. Ours is National Trust House. This is 112 years old department under Ministry of Consumer Affairs, a central government department. And it started in Kolkata with actually it started for the railways. In the year of 1912, it was actually started for the railways. So that time onwards, it was to develop our country, and in the step of that, we year on year, we can say that later it developed for the infrastructure of our. Yeah, sure. So it then it developed to year on year for the infrastructure like dams, bridges, railways. So our expertise were working on even we had scientists over that time, C.V. Raman sir also came from this national test house only on that day. And later on, we have gone to the more, we can say the industrialization. For that, our country's industrialization, the NTH has helped by testing and all the products of the manufacturing and all. Then we can say that it is now to the all our country's consumer protection. We can say that all the consumers are knowing that what is the quality. So in consumer protection, we are giving importance to the quality and the safety of our consumers. So it is helping by our material testings and the calibration services. And it helps to verify the compliance with the standards for the regulations and all these. So it is helping in the consumer to, we are talking, the today's platform is AI of course, but there's a consumer we have to bring in our country. We have to bring that country, our country's consumer to the level that what is quality. In this, they can make products with the quality products. So we are we are polarizing means improving the small scale industries for the quality and all. Even the layman also knows that what is the quality products. They can understand with the testing if the hazardous products or not. So in several ways, NTH is giving the, with this the economic growth is also we getting because there is a competitiveness between the industries because everyone now going to quality of the products, the testing is coming into importance, and through this the calibration, why the calibration is important, and the system, quality management system. Earlier these things were not so important. For the last 20-25 years, you can see that the importance of system is coming over, and all the even we can say that okay, a lot of laboratories are there, but sir said one thing that donation. So that point comes to NTH because they are going giving the awareness to the citizens, awareness to the customers, consumers that what is the importance of the quality. And we are there to support the research students, institutions. We are supporting them if any researchers are there, even the students if they want for the internship and all. And different, we can say that even the make in India. So all we are supporting the governments, all the policies.
I'll come back to you for the training and research part.
Yeah.
The second round, coming back to Dr. Balram. हम जो कुछ भी है हमारे डिसीजंस की बदौलत है. Whatever decisions we have taken, we are today. हमने खूब कचौड़ी समोसा खाया और फिर rest is history. शरीर की माने पर बन गया. So when it comes to taking a decision, we always seek support from astrologers or palmistry, tarot card readers or numerology or something like that. अब जहाँ wisdom की बात आ जाती है, might be some wise people like Professor Harsh, we seek their blessings or suggestions. But when it comes to technology, how AI can be a guru for forecasting or decision making? Or decision making?
Yeah. So I would like to take a page of Professor Parai's talk on natural intelligence. What AI cannot be in the context of decision making, certainly cannot handle natural stupidity. So I think that's one thing we need to aware of. AI is in the decision point of view. Are the decisions, both in the personal level and more specifically in the organization level, are they going to be AI-led human decision making or human-led AI decision making, or they are of purely AI decision making or purely human decision making? And there are multiple contexts where all of them are, some of them are, we can categorize the decision making here. But essentially, when do I use AI or when do I use human decision making also depends on the specificity of the problem, of the search space, of the decision I want to take, and also how interpretable the decision should be in terms of the process or the outcomes of the decision. And of course, AI has a capacity to analyze large sets of data, huge size, where decisions have to go through a large data set or a large size, AI can help. And of course, finally, with its reliability, with how reliable the decision is over a period of time. If I take the point of these things, and in an organization, AI can certainly now help in a lot of bottom-up decision. That's one critical aspect which is coming up because largely previously the top management used to make decisions based on the data available to them, but they had let out a lot of data which is available at the what I call the nodes of the organization, the people who are actually the front line. An engineer may be looking at a data for at a technology which is coming up in the future. The market, the salesperson may be meeting a customer and looking at evolving customer trends. And also HR person may be looking at how the future workforce is evolving. And all this data certainly resides within an organization. If you break an organization as a tree has its roots down below and it takes the water and then processes it with the leaves. So the top management may be able to process it, but the actual instead of just going to an external organization and asking for data to process, they also can take decisions based on the data available to them. And their AI can be a very powerful role because there's techniques like AI swarm, where people can create AI agents and AI platforms where on a specific problem or a generic problem, the subject matter experts, so to speak, can start contributing to create data points on which decisions can be made or contribute to the decision-making process itself. And it also give a certain amount of anonymity because in most of the decision-making, anonymity is extremely important and just like a democratic process because groupthink happens and many times employees keep quiet because the boss says so. And AI systems can give that, truly make democratic decision-making possible as close to possible in an organization. Of course, the head honchos will make final decisions, but a lot of tactical and operating decisions, AI can really play a very critical role, especially one of the techniques, AI swarm and many such. Right now, AI agents are coming up for specific activity or for specific operations. And of course, we are now going into industry 4.5 in some sense where the shop floors, the average shop floor engineer needs to be more comfortable with the keyboard rather than with the spanner perhaps, so figuratively speaking. So I think they also have to make decisions so that workers there need to be equipped a lot with AI agents, working with prompt engineering, able to program in that sense. So the nature of worker is changing because the nature of decision making on both the shop floor and maybe the boardrooms are undergoing a lot of changes. So AI plays an extremely critical role in basically democratizing data, helping people to participate in larger decision making for sure. And of course, if there's anything else, yes, I think I will stop with that because without, I think, exaggerating, we can certainly say that organizations can now really aggregate data and take decisions. Even if employees leave, their wisdom is captured in the system, AI agent system, so to speak. So there is wisdom of the crowd and also capture of wisdom, collective wisdom, which organization has collected over a period of time can be captured in the AI system. The downside is, of course, sometimes we take forward prejudices and biases from the past, but then again, the agents will be smart enough in the future to evolve to also look at reducing those biases. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balram. Coming to Dr. Purul, there must be some mechanism or tools or software to manage these financial issues. If you can enumerate.
Yes, thank you, Punitji, for this question. In fact, if you see in the Western context, we have software like Pocket Guard, RoboMoney, Credit Karma. So what these do, say for example, if you need to improve on your credit score, then given the database, then you get some personalized suggestions as to how you can do this. Then you get help in the goal setting. There are robo-advisors. There are robo-advisors which will help you in generating the right portfolio given your risk-return trade-off. Because it's just like we all wear different kind of shoes. But so in this way, same way, in the case of investment also, our investment portfolio is a function of our socio-economic status. So given the socio-economic status, the robo-advisors will give you the portfolio on which you can work. So that's a big advantage. But then again, I would come up to the thing that in the context of IKS, I think in the Indian context, still we don't have much that has been done by the AI, and that's I would say an idea for the startups that they can work for, and they can maybe come up with some kind of disruption in this area, because in the time to come, the requirements of people given the time and all, from the perspective of personal finance, will be much more higher. And there, these kind of software can help. So in the Indian context, there are very limited software, but yes, in the Western context, we do have technologies available. One last thing I would like to mention, Puneet, is that we are also in the advent of the LLM, that is the large, language model. Thank you, sir. Large language model. So in this, what is happening is that there is a conversational, mechanism between the software and the client, and this is something new. And this helps because AI is able to learn. So this helps the AI to give you a very customized solution. So this is something which is coming up, and the moment AI is prepared as per the IKS, then it's big business time.
Thank you, sir. Just to mention here, AICT has already developed a platform named as AI Anuvadini. So you can use that platform for all text-to-text conversation translations. And if you want to go beyond that, Bhashni, the Digital India Initiative, has already come up with lot many features, more features, where almost 22 languages are being integrated. You can start using that and share your experiences directly to the CEO. I am just a messenger. Anilji, what are the latest trends taking place in industry worldwide in the domain of AI?
Thank you, sir. So, with respect to AI and overall technology trends, I can take that question. The bigger challenge, the industry is facing, how do we move from customer satisfaction to customer delight? There is always a buzzword, right? Customer is satisfied, customer is satisfied. So what these new technologies are bringing? So if I'm working as required, you won't have a smile for me, right? You will always say, "ये तो आपको करना ही है." But what I can do to bring a smile on your face, and that is the word called customer delight. So we have to move away from customer satisfaction to customer delight. And can this AI, automation, human touch, blockchain, whatever it can it bring? And then it will serve the purpose. And it will evolve, right? Today AI is the buzzword. Something new will come. So that's the key question for us on the ground. And how do we move from customer satisfaction to customer delight is bringing innovation. I must thank Dr. Sudhir sir. I was listening patiently to everyone. He got one topic to us, that natural AI, natural intelligence and artificial intelligence. Right? So there is so he don't want, he want to convey the message that we should not forget about natural intelligence while we embrace the artificial intelligence. There is a famous wording in this Mahabharata serial, right? सीख हम बीते युगों से नए युगों का करे स्वागत. So while we embrace the new, we should never forget, because old is always gold. It has already been told to us many times. So I am very hopeful and excited about this journey about AI and artificial intelligence. I am pretty sure that for India, especially, the buzzword would be, if we have a responsible use of artificial intelligence, we will move from artificial intelligence AI to amazing India. That will be again an AI for us. So, it's my genuine request, and the last point which I want to touch upon, the latest trend, right? So one latest trend I want to touch upon, which is quite a complex architecture for us, to the point, which is blockchain. Okay? And why it is coming into picture again? Because it brings the transparent environment for any business case. Okay, I want to give an example. There's a farmers group in Maharashtra, and they are collaborating with thousands of farmers to bring their products to one location, and then they distribute it. So there are many apps, right? I mean, for this. Nowadays, people use apps to order food and all. But now these people are using blockchain to ensure the supply chain transparency. So we are sitting here and thinking that only modern world people are aware of this technology, and people have already been in this journey. So there is Sahyadri Farm. There is a farmer organization called Sahyadri Farms in Nasik, and there are thousands of farmers collaborating and bringing the vegetables to doorsteps. And the backbone which they are using is blockchain. Now it's a wake-up call for us to come out from our chairs and go on the ground and see how people are already using it. So thank you sir for giving me an opportunity.
Coming to this culture. So everything is about data. Unless and until you are having data, AI cannot work. So democratization of data in this context, how can we address this particular issue?
I'm sorry.
Democratization of data.
Yeah.
You know, many people, especially students, they might not be having the previous data or history in connection to any particular product or project. In what way you or your organization can help them in terms of providing support or sharing the data?
I mean, that is actually it's a very good question because I think we've already mentioned that privacy is quite key also. In Europe right now we're talking about privacy a lot because data is everything, right? Data is also money. It's it's also about health and it can be abused in many ways. So I do believe that if we play with data, if we use data, we have to be careful on how we do it. India right now is actually very strict. I do believe that you're very strict with sharing data. One of the things that I've seen in many countries is this thing about when you're in a workplace, you can monitor, analyze, and use sensors in a workplace. But in India, you actually are not allowed to monitor your employees the same way as many other countries can do. I can come up with an example in Sweden. They started, it's a small company, they started implementing chips into the arm of their employees so they can use it as an entering device. Also, they can see how people are moving around in the workplace. But data that comes out of that, it's strictly confidential and you cannot use it. The company will get in big trouble if they use it in another way. But as we all know, it can happen. It's just a small push and then the data is out. It happens everywhere. We see it in some of the websites we use. They have all the information and suddenly somebody hacks it and it comes out. So I do believe that this is one of the things before we do anything about sharing data, we need to really make sure we have a system in place that can protect people. Because I don't want my health data out and somebody can see what I've been going through the last 20 years and all that. So this is one of the things that needs to be in place first before sharing and democratize data.
Thank you. So since we are running late, just ask 2 questions with the remaining panelists. Coming to this way, you were talking about trainings and research possibilities to your department.
Yeah.
Just one thing.
Yes, thank you. See, we give hands-on training to even for the government agencies, because they would like to know that what is going on in the testings and all. Audible, no?
So,
Yeah.
yeah, you have to put the mic closer to the mouth.
Okay. Yeah. So we have the collaboration with the colleges. They come to the industrial visit. Many students I have seen that they doesn't know. They are not. This is quite a good college, okay. There are several colleges. They are not having a proper laboratories. So when they come over here, they see that what are first time they may be seeing the equipment. So many equipments are there for the testing because NTH is we have under one umbrella all the testings of engineering materials like mechanical, electrical, rubber, paper, plastic, textile, chemical, all building materials. So a vast testing equipments over there, and we have six regions all over the country of the metro cities, and now two more satellite centers, Varanasi and Bengaluru. And just like you said that about the AI, indirectly we can say that we are helping because in Bengaluru we are going for the drone testing and all the certification. So everyone may be knowing that these drones are nowadays used in agriculture. So in vast way, NTH is indirectly helping to get the testing is a lot of drones will be without the proper certification, the drones cannot be used. So in that way we are coming all the now EV batteries, EV vehicles. So in the last 2 years we have gone to electrical, electronics testings and all, and whatever modernization and automation of all the equipments, it is going on being a national laboratory of our country. It's the prestigious country for all the art of excellence equipments are used over here, and it helps to see the students that what is going on a good laboratory. Even when for the colleges when they have to test, we have the equipments to get it done in our equipments because several colleges are not having for example, the UTMs, CTMs, and tensile machines and all for the physical. They prepare the products, bring to our office. So we get it tested. So there we are helping them even from our higher level. It is there that we have to support the internship for students. So 1 or 2 weeks we can give the awareness to the students what is going on in the testing field, the calibration field. Not only in Jaipur, we have Jaipur in VK area, otherwise in other regions also. So other regions in Kolkata have a very wide testing experience even in the site testing. We go for the NDT testings and all. So in several ways, the NTH is supporting. In fact, for purpose also students from the even the IIT Jaipur, we had a research works and all. In the previous years also, we have supported a lot of research students in their products to be developed in the innovation works, and we can give the hands-on training to the mushrooming of the laboratories are there. For them, we are helping because we are giving a support to them. Government agencies are coming because last week also one of our executive engineer of PhD, he said that SMAP, can we have a training? Of course, we are paying for. They have to pay for this because government agencies and the industries have to pay. Otherwise, students they can come. So I said yes, of course. They said that we don't know. We have the technical knowledge, but what is the practical? I myself want to get the hands-on training. I would like to know what is going on. He's I think civil engineering person.
I think
so,
startups they can
yeah.
get connected to MAM and get all the benefits when it comes to testing facilities. Now coming to Professor Balai, since we are running late, the last question and closing remark. Automation in civil engineering and closing remark.
Yeah. So I think I think quite a few. I think the panelists have highlighted the importance of AI in various ways. I think everybody knows about augmented reality. Virtual reality has become a very, very important part of it, and that will really help every individual to get trained, and then they go to the real field. So that is, I think, is where we can bring in a lot of automation. I just want to close with one statement because we are running out of time. We mentioned about natural intelligence, we talked about artificial intelligence. Times have changed actually, and this generation needs to understand the new terminology which I'm talking to all of you is called cultural intelligence. Now, this cultural intelligence is a very critical part of artificial intelligence because suppose you are writing an email, your system, ChatGPT, if it is writing an email in India, you will say the respected sir or respected madam. And the same if you are using in Europe, and if you write a respected sir or respected madam, they may not like it. They say hi. Hi Katya, how are you? Huh? And instead of that, so I think the cultural part is a very, very critical part, and that can come only ensembled with the natural intelligence, because that is where you will be able to adopt that. So I think the times are changing, as I think Anil also highlighted that there's called cultural customer satisfaction, customer delight. I think that's how I think so. We need to go for that particular aspect of it. I'm sure I think there's a lot of component problem. Maybe there will be a new generation of ChatGPT which will have cultural intelligence building. Thank you so much.
I think so. मुझे जो टाइम दिया था 1 घंटा, I don't take it even second minute more than 1 hour. इससे कम में हमारा वाला है. So that's the only job that we to conclude the session in the given time limit. Handling 6 Marathi was not an easy task क्योंकि 3-3 घंटे के एक सेशन ले सकते हैं, इतना नॉलेज है. But still we have tried to touch the subject in whatever possible manner. The ultimate objective was to give the benefit to the young students, especially those who want to come forward for startups. So dream big is possible in this short span of life. All the best. Thank you.
Yes. So with respect, I will request all the dignitaries as well as all the respected Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, lecturers, and our collaboration architect now.
Ladies take the center stage. All have the enough space. That's why. All right. Okay. Okay. Whose camera is that one? Will you take a copy of it? Thank you.
Now we move forward to the award distribution ceremony for this panel. May I invite our pro vice chancellor forward for the distribution of awards. We begin with Ms. Karthal Larsen, who shared her invaluable insight with us today. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your exceptional contribution. I request Professor Satyajit Chakraborty sir to present the token of respect to Ms. Karthal Larsen. Big round of applause. Next we have with us Professor Puneet Sharma, who is getting an award for most charismatic moderator. A big round of applause for Mr. Puneet Sharma. Next we have with us Professor Dr. Harsh Purel sir, who will be getting the award for outstanding contribution to management and legal studies. A big round of applause. Next, I would like to call Mr. Anil Dokawale, who is a senior IT professional with Wipro. He is getting an award for excellence in IT leadership and innovation. A big round of applause. Next, I would like to call Dr. Sudhir Kumar Badai, who is getting an award for visionary leadership in technical education. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call Dr. Krishna Kumar Ballara, who is getting the award for excellence in engineering, education, and research. A big round of applause. Last but not least, we have with us Mrs. Mehul Mumbai, who is the Scientist of the Year for Social Impact Award. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. A heartfelt round of applause for all our panelists and moderator for making this session truly memorable. Now, as we move and leading our program, I am requesting my fellow colleague Rhythm Mukherjee, who will be taking charge of the next phase of our event.
Before proceeding with the second panel discussion, I am delighted to announce that on this grand occasion, we are signing a memorandum of understanding with All India Council for Robotics and Automation (IIIM). To mark this significant moment, I would like to extend a warm and humble invitation to our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakraborty sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vishwadev sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, Registrar Sir, Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma Ma'am, Associate Dean of Management, and Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, President of IIIM, and also Bhupika Ma'am to kindly grace the stage for this MOU signing. Big round of applause. Thank you so much.
We have developed many humanoid robots in the university which are functioning. We do use some of them to welcome the guests also, though we did not risk it today, but we do it. So I'm sure with this MOU we can continue developing more and more robots for the good.
Now may I
Very quickly.
may I now very humbly request Rajkumar sir to say a few words.
Thank you, VC sir. First of all, congratulations for this association. I would like to say Dr. Preeti picked up lots of efforts for this MOU sign-off. I'd like to tell you more about this civic concern. This is other AICRA's India STEM mission, wherein we are going to set up almost 2,000 India STEM labs in the schools and around 50 this India Incubation Center on Industry 4.0 by end of December 2025. So this is one of the MOU we signed off here. We started with Sri University first of all. Last year we set up there. So because most of you are of the engineering background, most of you are doing engineering. So whenever you have to do some kind of innovations, right? So what is the basic need which is required? Equipments, experts, guidance, and the placement of those products, whatever you develop there. So I'll tell you the concept of this COE is we provide fundings and we invest in the university wherein we set up and provide all kind of equipments, component which is required to develop any kind of a project, first of all. Then after we also deploy industry experts and faculty who will train you on different technologies and give you liberty to do your own innovations. So it is not a kind of certification program which you have to pursue every semester. You can do your own innovations there. Then third, as in the last panelist, somebody said the data requirement. Whenever you have to develop something in AI, you need huge data set. So we also help, we have a repository and we are also improving the data set of different industries, wherein all the innovations, especially in the AI sector, I'm targeting AI. So whenever you have to develop any project which is related to AI, you would be getting the help of all kind of data which is available here. Then when you develop something, what you need, a projection of your innovation. IP rights, we help under this UAE to protect your innovations. Then after further placement of those projects on a different platform, national, international, wherein we invite lots of investors under our scheme. You might have seen one of the events we called India Startup Mahakubh. You might have seen this has been organized by IIIM itself in collaboration with MITI and MCI. So wherein we invite all investors, we ensure all our UAE students, whenever they develop anything, at least investors should be getting an opportunity there to, you can showcase there and they can also seek investment opportunity with their project itself. So you'll be getting that opportunity as well. So under this UAE, we just want all of you should be innovating something new. We talk about AI. It has to be indigenized AI. Why the similar pattern what other countries been following? Something new technologies can also be innovated. No, it's all about AI. Not should be in the same pattern. Can be a different pattern as well. So all of you are the innovators. You should be doing, and we are trying to give you this atmosphere, ecosystem, and infrastructure, and hope that you'll be doing more and more innovation and making the India great India again. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would very quickly like to show all the honorable dignitaries few videos of AI-based project done by the students.
No, I will just take 1 minute. I'm very sorry, I just took 1 minute of time over here. I just want to tell you that because the discussion was on AI, we quickly thought that we'll quickly show that what sort of things we are trying to do with AI. Like everything that is associated with us, around us, or sensory things, we want to just train AI models with this. We have taken an initiative to train all the students of our university how to train AI models. For example, sound. We can actually understand what is a sound. So suppose this is a knock, we can understand it is a knock. Suppose if I clap, we can understand it is a clap. So similarly, AI models we are training so that it can understand what sound it is. Similarly, we are trying to make the AI model understand what smell it is. We have got success with that. We have put in smells, and with that it can predict that yes, it is a smell of rose, or it is a smell of, say, a scent or something like that. So we have done those sort of AI models. Then another sort of AI model we have done is sense and test. We have also done test, like whether it is like sour or bitter or whatever. That also we have fed into the AI models and to training. And we have got success, though we have got very limited data. At the moment, we are doing it with maybe 100 or say 100 data. We need actually much more than that. Maybe we need 50,000 to get it very, very accurate. Only those things with which we have achieved the accuracy, very quickly, 3 such videos. Please try to do it in 2 days. Okay, smart ring. For example, what sort of finger movement we are doing? Very quickly show. So say for example, what sort of finger movement I'm doing? Like he's clicking, it is detecting clicking. So similarly like that. Like he's moving it, so it's showing rotate clockwise, rotate CW, because he's rotating his finger clockwise. Similarly, something else will be there definitely. He's rotating counterclockwise, so it is showing rotate CCW, counterclockwise. So this is the thing, it is feeding the type of finger movement. Everything that we do around us can actually be fed into the AI model, and we can understand what is being done. So everything that we do, we have given one such challenge to one student, and they are coming up with that. So we are really into it. We want all our students to learn how to train AI models, and these are no big deals. This can be done easily nowadays. To go ahead. next one very quickly. We don't have time because we have to. Then, for example, what sort of movement we are doing? Like, for example, I'm writing A, so it is detecting that it is writing A. This is another project that the students have done by training AI models. Like, just by the finger movement, what finger movement we are doing, accordingly, it is detecting what I am writing. So, for example, he is not writing anything, so not applicable. Now he's writing B. So, see, it is detecting that he is writing B. So, similarly, like that, anything that he writes, any other third one, quickly, very quickly. So this is again predictive maintenance I was talking about. Like if a jet is not going to work in a few days, we must predict early that it is not going to work, and accordingly the jet will have to be replaced. So this is similar like that. For example, if the fan is not working properly in a CPU, we automatically understand that the machine is going to get disturbed in few days. So just by detecting that the fan is not working properly by a sound, it was a sound, I don't know whether it is showing me light or something like that. A sound was being beeping, so I don't think there is a sound over here. So it is detecting that this machine is going to get faulty. So we are doing AI predictive models like this, and I encourage all the students present over here, all the students, please encourage all the other students who are not into it. I'm sure 50% of you are already into it at the moment. You are training AI models. I encourage all the 100% students of this university, learn how to train AI models, because you will really have this job in hand in future. We will really need all these things to be predicted by AI. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. And definitely, we should not ever think that AI is better than natural intelligence. Definitely, natural intelligence is better. And I really like the points that you said about cultural intelligence. Thank you so much. And customer delight. Thank you so much. Thank you. I should proceed with this second thing.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, as we dive deeper in the keynote program, it is my privilege to introduce and invite the second keynote speaker for the day, Ms. Carla Seth. With over a decade of experience in international trade, Ms. Seth has specialized in logistics, sales, business development, project management, and customer service, working with leading multinational companies in freight forwarding. Her expertise span across sectors such as retail, pharmaceuticals, and computer projects, where she has managed complex logistic operations. Having worked in cross-cultural environments, Ms. Sid has also facilitated Spanish language interpretations for seminars and conference calls, further enriching her diverse skill set. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the highly accomplished and versatile Ms. Carla Sid to deliver her keynote address with a huge round of applause.
Communication in the cultural collaboration is the topic I'm going to cover today. 2006. I want everyone to travel with me to Chile, and I'm from a very far away country. And I was invited to a meeting with a group of people from different places. There was an Argentinian, Uruguayan, Brazilian, an American, and there were people from different places, all discussing together about the topic we are discussing in this summit. So when a group of young people determine that cross-cultural understanding is essential to prevent conflict and foster peace in the world, this is something that got my attention. And this is a definition of ISF. ISF was the first organization that I volunteered for as a student, and it's an organization that promotes leadership in young people to foster peace in the world. From that moment, from that meeting, I knew that that is how I will embark in this adventure, and how that will change my life. Buenas tardes a todos. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. And I'm a Chilean, and as I just mentioned, my career began as a volunteer with ISF. This was followed by my starting of professional life with DHL. DHL was a German company in Chile, and in DHL I navigate a company which in this spectrum that you can see in the screen is defined as a low context culture, where communication is clear, direct, and structured. Today I live in Bangalore. It's a place that I call home, and India is often described as a high context culture in the other side of the spectrum, where much of the meaning is communicated indirectly, often through situations itself, and as well non-verbal cues like a tone or even silence. This experience were my introduction to how different cultures approach work, relationship, and communication. But this is not just my experience. There are studies from Harvard Business Review that show that today 89% of corporate employees work in global environments, in global teams. These studies also say that 62% of these corporates collaborate not only with one colleague from a different culture, there are at least 3 cultures that are involved when you are interacting in a global team. And 75%, this is even more surprising, 75% of small and medium-sized companies are planning to increase their international workforce in the near future. So as your studies and your careers become more globally interconnected, the ability to communicate effectively across cultures is no longer just a nice to have, it's going to be an essential. Communication is a skill that can transform relationship, build trust, and open the door to successful collaborations. And as you may already know, communicating across cultures is not always a straightforward thing. Different backgrounds often mean different communication styles, and navigating these differences can be challenging. So today I'll be sharing some practical tips and also some ideas to bridge these cultural gaps when you find yourself in this situation. So there are 3 main challenges that I'll be covering today. there are not only three in reality, but I think these three really, if you can be aware of them, can really push you in your career or when you land in the corporate life. The first one, it's language barrier. The same words or phrases can have different meanings and in different cultures. I think we have all been exposed to that. And a phrase might be positive in one culture but negative in another one. Even speaking the same language, different accent or pronunciation can lead to misunderstanding. In Latin America, where I come from, we all of us speak Spanish, for example, except from Brazil, but that doesn't mean we all know what the other counterpart is saying. There are a lot of dialect, there are a lot of words that we use in different ways. Another example could be like when we say bye in Spanish, we say ciao, and the same word in Italian, it's hi, hello. So even when we are using the same language, there are barriers. So imagine the barriers when you are using a different one. And then it comes the non-verbal communication, body language and gesture can vary widely. And what's polite in one culture might be rude in another one. There is in this low and this big spectrum of low and high or individualistic versus collaborative, you can see many of these variations. The way we greet, for example, in India with the namaste, or in Japan with the konnichiwa, it's so different to the way we greet in Spain, which normally there are two pieces and a hug. So reading these gestures, it's very important and it's a big challenge when we talk about intercultural communication. Another challenge that normally comes out is assumptions. People often make assumptions based in stereotypes, like thinking someone from a particular culture is shy or outgoing. We might assume others share the same values or communication style. But for example, silence might mean respect in some cultures, but lack of interest in others. I see this very often, especially when we are in meetings with the people from Spain or from Chile or Argentina. As Latinos, we like to be expressive. We like to share our ideas, and we think by expressing our ideas is a way to show engagement and to show that we are present. But in the other side of the spectrum, in the Asian cultures, being silent might be the way to show respect and to show that you really care. Another point here is that unconscious bias can affect personal and professional relationships, creating discomfort, mistrust or missed chances of collaboration. So keeping this in mind, if you are at least aware of it, you are in another ladder, in one stage closer to be remove this challenge. And as we live in different parts of the world and we share different values, we also communicate in different styles. So in this spectrum of low context, high context, or individualistic versus collaborative communication, understanding this difference can be key. It can be fundamental to interpret the message. In a low context culture, the message is direct and more explicit. So countries like US, Germany, and Spain communicate Communication relies on this explicit language. People are expected to say what they mean, and questions are encouraged during the meetings. But in the other side of the world, in a high context communication, where communication is more indirect and implicit, much of the meaning is communicated indirectly and often through context and non-verbal cues. So understanding these differences is crucial to effective or for effective cross-cultural communication, and it will help you to avoid misunderstanding, misinterpretation, and conflict. Now, what are those strategies that we can use to fight this challenge? Again, I'm summarizing these strategies or calling out like 3 that can really push you to go to the next level and get you to a better place. Active listening is a communication technique where you focus fully on the speaker. So if someone is not focusing on what I'm saying right now, you are not in the room, you are not focusing, and you will not get this message. But it's not just about hearing the words. Of course, there is meaning behind every word, and active listening helps to avoid this misunderstanding. Now, how do we implement active listening? Listen attentively, focus on the speaker, make eye contact whether it's culturally possible, and by demonstrating that you are genuinely interested in the topic, the other person will help you to build trust and rapport. Another tip you can use here is ask a clarifying question. If something wasn't clear, ask with an open-ended question like, can you tell me more about it? Or what do you mean by it? This shows that your interest is real and it can help you to clarify the meaning. Paraphrasing ensure that understanding, repeat what you have heard in your own words. So if I understand you correctly, you are saying this is also something that can help you. And last but not the least, it's be patient. Especially in intercultural interactions, there will be pauses, there will be silence, and you have to get comfortable with this, not only the peace, but also with the silence. That will be another thing. And another strategy that can help you here is cultural empathy. Cultural empathy means that understanding and appreciating experience, perspective, and emotion of people from different cultural backgrounds, it will help you to push not only your team to build collaboration, but also innovation. And to develop this skill, you can, when you're having a meeting with somebody from another culture, you can actively educate yourself with a book, with a documentary, checking the norms, tradition, and values of the other counterpart before the meeting, understanding what are the communication styles. So put yourself in the shoes of the customer, of your counterpart, whenever you're going for a meeting, and ask yourself how the cultural background might be, and how it can be influencing the conversation that you're going to have or you are having. As Latinos, for example, we tend to use a lot of words, gestures, emotion when we communicate, and in the other side of the spectrum, especially in Japan, the communication is more minimalist. So there are like big gaps again. if you show genuine curiosity about the other people cultural experience, this is going to deepen not only an understanding, but it's also going to create an environment where you feel comfortable, the other people feel comfortable, and both can share your perspectives in a better way. And be open and non-judgmental. This means adopting an attitude of curiosity and acceptance when encountering cultural differences, approaching differences with an open mind, encourage positive, productive conversations. Again, asking questions like, I noticed that in your character, people greet each other in a different way. This shows that you are curious and respectful, not dismissive. Recognize that what might seem normal to you might not be or might be unfamiliar or uncomfortable for another culture. There is no better or worse when we talk about cross-cultural communication. So embrace diversity when interacting with people from different backgrounds. Big encounter as opportunities to broaden your perspective and appreciate the richness that diverse perspective can bring to your life and work. There is a famous writer that had done a book on this topic called Cultural Map, and by practicing active listening, developing cultural empathy, and being open and non-judgmental, adapting your communication style, you can effectively bridge these cultural gaps and create a more meaningful, respectful, and productive interactions. Collaboration will come when you can embrace all the things. And when interacting with someone from another culture, try to watch more, listen more, and speak less. Because if you listen before you speak and learn before you act, everything is there for you. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful keynote address. Your wealth of experience and deep understanding has inspired all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with this enriching session, it's now time to commence the second panel discussion of the day. This conversation promises to provide valuable insights into an essential topic that is shaping the way businesses engage and collaborate across cultures in an increasingly interconnected world. The second panel discussion session is titled as Bridging the Gap, How Communications Transform Intercultural Collaboration. In this session, we'll delve into the critical role that communication plays in overcoming barriers and fostering collaborations between individuals and teams from diverse cultural backgrounds. To guide us through this fascinating discussion, we are joined with a distinguished group of thought leaders and professionals, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience in cross-cultural communication, leadership, and organizational management. Let us now invite esteemed panelists to join us on the stage with the excitement and thought-provoking discussions. It is my honor to invite our first esteemed panelist for the discussion, Professor Dr. Rajal Bhargava ma'am, to the stage. A huge round of applause, everyone. Professor Bhargava is a distinguished academic who has served as the head of the Department of English at both the University of Rajasthan and the Central University of Haryana. With MA in English and Applied Linguistics of the University from Rochester, USA, and a PhD focused in sociology of literature. We welcome you. Next, we have with us our second esteemed panelist for the day, Professor Neeraj Gupta sir, to the stage. A huge round of applause for sir. Professor Gupta is a renowned architect, planner, and educator, currently serving as a professor in architecture for the Central University of Rajasthan. A huge round of applause for sir. Next up, I would like to invite our next panelist for the day, Mr. Raj Sundarajan, the scientist C Electrical at the National Test House under the Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. With a strong background in electrical engineering and commitment in quality assurance, he plays a pivotal role in ensuring the safety, reliability, and compliance of electrical products and systems. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the final panelist of the day, Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, as the President of All India Council for Robotics and Automation on the stage. We welcome you, sir. Mr. Sharma is dedicated to establishing India as a global leader in robotics, IoT, and AI. Under his leadership, IIIM has launched several initiatives aimed at fostering technological innovation, skill development, and emerging fields. Without any further ado, we would now proceed to introduce our esteemed moderator for the session, Mr. Aplav Saxena. A huge round of applause for sir. I would also like to request you both, sir, to kindly raise the stage. A huge round of applause for sir. Before we proceed with the insightful second panel discussion, it's time to recognize and honor the distinguished panelists and the moderator for their esteemed presence and invaluable contribution. I would like to very humbly invite our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakraborty sir, to kindly present the token of respect to our esteemed guests. Starting with Ms. Carla Singh, who is the Talent Management Technicas Unitas. A huge round of applause for ma'am. Up next, I would request Professor Dr. Rajat Bhargava ma'am, who is the former head of the Department of English, University of Rajasthan. A huge round of applause for ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have with us Mr. Raj Sundarajan, scientist C and Electrical from the National Test House under the Department of Consumer Affairs. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, sir, as the President of All India Council for Robotics and Automation. A huge round of applause for sir. Moving forward, I would request Mr. Aplav Saxena, our dynamic and versatile moderator for this session, known for his experience and expertise in coaching, training, and media. A huge round of applause, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to invite Professor Neeraj Gupta, sir, an accomplished architect and planner with extensive experience in education and sustainable architecture. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next up, we would like to invite Vibhor Nival, sir, who is the entrepreneur in our today's panel discussion session. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. With this, the felicitation is complete, and it's time to begin the enriching panel discussion session. I now hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Mr. Aplav Saxena, sir, whose experience and expertise in leadership will guide us through this insightful conversation. Over to you.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you first and foremost to the entire management of University of Engineering and Management Also would like to express my gratitude for the management committee of this particular amazing Synergy Summit 2024. Please have a huge applause for them. First and foremost, please. It's a great pleasure to share the stage with these kind of eminent personalities sitting over here on the dais. Being someone who worked with Ministry of External Affairs when I was in PCS, to someone who's managing my own cultural exchange organization since 2015, I think this is one of the best topics that I could moderate to. So thank you so much, Rhythm, for all the introductions. Now moving on to the session, my first question, I would first and foremost, before I go ahead to the session, thank you for setting up the tone. Please have a huge applause for her as well for setting up the tone right in a correct way for this particular topic. Bridging the gap when it comes to communication and when it comes to especially intercultural collaboration. This is a very, very important and vital topic in 21st century and this current era. So my first question is from Dr. Raju ma'am. I would like to request you ma'am, what do you think how this particular communication, intercultural collaboration and the communication is playing an important role right now, and what do you think how it will impact in terms of global work perspective as well as business perspective? Please. Ma'am, your mic is there.
Thank you, Arnav. Thank you, IIIM, for always having me here. I will apologize for a bad throat, but in any case, answering your question, I will begin with a typical intercultural collaborative exchange, and that is the virtual media, and the advertisements. I think most of us watch these advertisements just as a sales promotional technique. I watch them differently. I watch them from what they are communicating. And to that effect, I'll just begin with an example of Nescafe Gold. The Nescafe Gold, it's an ad set in an amphitheater where somebody has come to take an award. And there are 4 lines that the person who is being awarded says. The first line is, I'll have to look into this, it's called Moments That Matter. And the first line he says is, if you can't remember my name, you might step out. The second line that he says is, if you didn't know that I was called princess at school, you may step out. The third is, if you have never seen me cry, please step out. And the fourth line is, if you've somehow lost touch, please step out. And those are the 4 things that are most needed in a collaborative, communicative act. The first is speak at a very personal level. Believe that you know the other. As Carla said, be in the shoes of the other. So, having that personal touch in what he says is, if you don't remember my name, that is very important with the person that you are communicating with. The second says, if you don't remember that I was called princess, have the all the data, all the facts at your fingertips, who you are contacting with, communicating with. You should know the past and the future of that person. Otherwise, what basis do you have of communicating with that person? The third one, if you haven't seen me cry, Empathy, as was mentioned, is very important. Empathy, know what are the weak points and what are the major strong points before you communicate with a person. And the last one was that if we lost touch, if we haven't been in constant contact with one another, how are we going to proceed with a collaborative transaction? I think those four things were very important for me to begin with. Yes.
Thank you so much. Please have a round of applause. I think we should also charge Nescafe for doing this extensive marketing. No? This is going to be a good one. So my next question is from Dr. Neeraj. When we were talking the other day, you brought up a very good example of communication. And yes, this is a request. Before I'll ask this question from Dr. Neeraj. Let's try and be more precise and concise because we are already running short of time. So this is about this particular question. That's the reason I brought up this point about the concise communication. And we were discussing about a very famous advertisement of another organization for which we are advertising, Zomato. They came up with a very unique kind of a job description that they say we will not pay you, but you need to come and you need to work with us, and we will be charging 20 lakh rupees. But the task that they are given, it is all about communication. I would request you to please highlight on that. May I please take the mic? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. There's something very unique. Zomato is known for doing things out of box, that's for sure. But this nobody had thought of, that you apply for a job and you are required to pay 20 lakhs of rupees. All that is really amazing, and that's why we are talking about it. In fact, it's made a big news. Whatever it does for the job, I do not know, but it will do a lot for advertising for the Zomato. But one critical thing from the students and the learners' perspective is that this guy says, I want people who are hungry, who have common sense, empathy, not necessarily any experience. And then writes within bracket, that means unconditional, no baggage with them. And the last line goes on saying few things. The news makes it as if we are required to pay. This is, we are not saving money, we are paying you 50 lakhs of rupees to a charity of your choice. So we don't want people coming in who are there just to build your biodata or do something of that kind. And the last line says, please, to apply, please write a cover letter of 200 words. That's it. So that means if you cannot put your biodata in 200 words in a cover letter, you are not worth applying for. And they're looking for somebody who can learn. So what I'm trying to say is that people have been talking about it, that if I am able to say things very precisely in 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, then only I have worth my salt. Otherwise, I can go on and on. So there's a power of communication that's important.
That's a very good answer. We are answering this, and because this is what it is, you need to be concise and precise as well sometimes, and that is, if that is the demand, you will have to be perfect in this. My next question is from our entrepreneur who is flying in multiple jets, because I would not say that he's just sailing in the boat, he's flying in the multiple jets, Mr. Vibhor. He is actually into so many businesses, so many domains, and this is the reason why my question is coming to you. Our topic today is about intercultural collaborations. What do you think from the business perspective, entrepreneur perspective, how important it is in today's era? And additionally, since you are into a versatile profile, I would also like to know what challenges did you face while selecting multiple domains, or what was the key point you think that these were helping hands for me?
Thank you, Bill. My entrepreneur journey started after a stint of it corporate for a long time, and I have been into learning phase till date. So I may say that each experience, each assignment has given me a lot of insights related to how we talk to each other, how we communicate to each other, how we try to bridge up the gap. Adaptability to something is very important. Understanding the other culture needs is also very important. Communicating with the people which are maybe cross borders, maybe across territories is also important. At the end of the day, it is collaboration, it is learning about each other, being open, being adaptive. That's the way we are talking about things, and it helps in terms of moving ahead. Yes, fortunately today I am handling about 3-4 businesses together, but that has all been because of the understanding of people, understanding of teams, pivoting at the right time, understanding on the opportunities, and then finally helping grow within the organization, helping grow outside the organization, and then always the people that have been with us, which will help in terms of choosing the rights or the different assignments that we have. And I would say that yes, you enrich when you talk to people, you learn when you talk to them, and out of those experiences, you learn a lot of things which will help in terms of moving up the path for the next future career, future self. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Board, for this particular answer. And this was important because when it comes to business perspective, these are certain key areas. Now, my next question, as you already are aware of, from this personality, is already communicated about AI. I'm talking about Rajkumar sir. So my question is coming to you, sir. Since you're talking about AI, you're talking about a lot of stuff of AI. What government is doing as an initiative from their perspective, and what sort of AI ecosystem you are focusing towards currently, and how it will impact in the global era?
We all understand the importance of AI. Okay. So obviously, we are latecomer, we can say. Most of the countries taken lead in AI development. Even the countries having low economy than us, they are actually leading. And but yes, somehow this current government from past tenure and this tenure, they have taken lots of initiatives, especially Ministry of Electronics and IT, Department of Science and Technology. They have taken lots of initiative under this India AI initiative. They are infusing huge fund for AI startups. They are especially supporting, and they are creating a repository. In fact, they have done it, wherein this is the basic requirement of any kind of a project development under AI. So you need data, and so the data government will be providing in a different way, different form. You know, obviously, there are certain regulations are there. You need to comply with all those things, but that initiative they have taken, and almost I won't quote any number, but almost 60,000 CR budget is also being planned, not yet decided, but it's in a draft form to be infused for the AI development in the country itself. And further, I would like to say AI CRA. Obviously, we focus more upon automation in India. We are having aim to build like India as a nation to be a global hub of different technologies, especially AI and automation. So in this case, we have taken certain initiative to build a network to increase the awareness of artificial intelligence. We organized one very flagship event. We introduced Global Artificial Intelligence Summit and Award every year that happens. We started in 2019. The objective is to understand how AI is impacting different industries, how it can be integrated in different industries. It can be agri-tech, education, aerospace, defense systems, and all. In fact, we are having this 5th edition February at Bharat Mandapam. You all will be invited for that to attend that. And so the whole idea, this is one of the initiatives EIC has taken, where we invite all these startups, academicians to come sit on a roundtable discussion with the government stakeholders, bureaucrats, because they have power to make the policy, but they also need to understand what is the requirement of the industry. So we need to sit together, make them understand, and what help industry can also do to the government, and what they are expecting from the government side. Those sort of discussion happens there, so that help them to make the policy as well. And then further, obviously, lots of networking and exhibition of AI companies and conferences that happens. Some workshops happens. This is one of the initiatives we have taken. And second, today, like we signed up the MOU with the IIIM. So similar way, we are having this industry 4.0 COE set up across India. By December 2025, we are having around 50 COEs to be set up, wherein AI would be playing major role, and we would be supporting all these students to develop any kind of a project with the guidance of the experts from the industry side,
and connecting them with the industry and the government. So this is very important for them. And for this project, obviously, certain ministries are state government and central government both are infusing some funds, which can be helping them to develop or in rather getting some kind of investment for the development of their projects also. So I believe this is the time, in fact, wherein all students should be coming up front and thinking this direct to do some kind of innovation and taking the help of the government. They are very positive right now. We have in a current scenario like the environment is very positive to do something different and develop building in this direction to make the nation and being a front runner in AI development right now.
Thank you so much. And your clappings can also be a communication to us. And we really like the way he expressed. The government is also taking a lot of initiatives. It's time for us to now take the initiative and grasp the opportunities which are there in front of us. My next question is to Mr. Sundaraji. So when it comes to, again, global aspects, intercultural collaboration or collaborators, my question is NPH taking any initiative or doing anything when it comes to setting up of electric, because electric vehicle is nowadays in the global news, everyone wants to be into this. So what exactly they are doing when it comes to EV battery testing?
Yeah, actually, standardization. If you go for standardization, means basically electrical vehicle. We are focusing on as per Indian standards, and we are also going as a international standard like IEC and one standards like ISO. So this type of standards which explains the mainly quality of the product. What suppose if consider it's a brain, it's a battery, whatever the things, if battery will be hot, where the power will be delivered to all the electronic circuits. So in that consider, you have to be manufactured, what are the products available in the market. It should be with quality as per international standards. Basically, this EV vehicles, previously what happened when the car, this things, old batteries, that is a power density batteries. Power density means where the power can be delivered at instant of time to crank the engine. But nowadays, the batteries which were developed is energy density batteries, which the energy can be stored more time, and it should be delivered with constant time. And that battery quality testing procedure is totally changed based on the power density batteries and the energy density batteries totally different. Which that charge density should be withstand 85% before and after charging capacities and everything. And now the performance testings and mainly we are focusing on environmental capability testing, which now the environmental conditions is changing from day to day and this things. So now this battery should withstand the lowest temperature to maximum temperature. That environmental capability should be there. This way, we are ensuring that market should have that quality product should be developed, and that NPH is ensuring that if they get the POS certificate, means then the battery is good for the users. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this personal answer, because EVs and battery testing is something which is globally currently is in the trending situation or a trending news or a trending way of thinking about the environment and the next technology. Well, I'll come to you now. You have already given a brief presentation on this. You have already spoken about the languages as well, how important they are when it comes to communication or intercultural collaboration. But my question to you is, what do you think, apart from that, bridging the gap, what are the aspects you think that these are the key factors, key important areas which will bridge the gap into this?
I think if I had to summarize it in one, it would be diversity. Getting everyone to the table will help you to understand your customer, to assess needs and to know needs in what can come or what can be the solution for a challenge. It will also broaden your perspective of the problem. It will give you different angles. So I think diversity, it's a big component, and getting different talent from that's why the companies are expanding today. When it comes to India, it's not only an economical factor. It's that you have a know-how, but these two words need to talk to each other. And diversity is a big bridge, and it's a big opportunity to reduce this gap.
So diversity is the key that is going to be a helping hand for us. My next question again is to Mr. Sundaran. I would like to ask you once again, when it comes to this electronic vehicle, battery, all these terms in terms of India, what do you think EV in India and the future is going to play an important role? Indian perspective being one of the largest markets, and international perspective if we are thinking of doing something and exports and all.
Yes, it will definitely impact on our Indian economy. Why? Because every day our as per making India policy that our manufacturing condition process is developing, simultaneously climatic problem is also rising. So one side manufacturing is rising means at the same time climatic conditions, weather conditions is also rising. Now it is a high time to look after that maximum possibilities. We have to look that what renewable energy can be replaced by the EV, or what are the possibilities, whichever the technologies should be there. And now technologies are very changing way that battery technologies they are now previously that electrolytes are liquid. Now it is a solid state electrolytes are come, which is very advantageous than that liquid electrolytes. So, like alkaline batteries, lead acid batteries. Now it's a solid state batteries which have the capability of storing the energy very more capability, and what is if any fire accident or something like that, it is a ruggedness of that and more advantageous than the previous batteries and metal halide batteries. So this type of technologies which is developed in that one. And nowadays, not only EVs, we have to focus on drone things also, because now drone is also a part of transport things, and which in foreign countries they are delivering some that's the thing. So they are, by the way, they can reduce the pollutions or something like that. So students have a lot of opportunities in drone and something like EV battery manufacturing and EV these things, electronic components like hub motors and electronic speed controllers, the software for used for electronic speed controllers. This technology is still in the developing mode, and there is no standardization also in the proper way to regularize the market, manufacturing market. So this to be one blind spot is there in that technology which we are focusing. NTH is now taking up, and that we are educating that entrepreneurs. You should focus on these areas, and if manufacturers who's making India policy, which assemble create an assembly unit in the local area, means you can focus how much way you can collaborate with economic way, so that you can save the energy money, and you can you give full contributions to the society also. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this insight. The best future that we are looking at to be relying or being dependent on EVs. My next question is, of course, from Rajkumar sir. We have talked about AI. Now, it's a slightly different perspective which I would like to hear from you. It is about the ethical challenges that may arise when we are relying on AI. What do you think about that?
See, as we all know, all the machines are collecting the data, and they are using the data in a different way. Different ways they are collecting the data, and sometimes because of unawareness, we don't even know. We give permissions to machine, and they collect and they predict the data, and they can utilize in a different way. Now it is up to the corporate house, governments, or any stakeholder how to utilize that. The unfortunate part, there is no regulatory been developed in any of the country as of now for the AI. And I'm not very sure whether it can be done or not, because ultimately it's all about intelligence. How you can regulate intelligence, which itself is far better than your intelligence, right? So I'm not very sure, but yes, ethics, like we call it ethical AI, it can come while creating a kind of, in the last panelist, somebody said, Dr. Prohit, I think he said, we don't know, like, दर्पण एक अंधे के लिए शायद beneficial नहीं है. Similarly, like AI, you need to understand how it can be, it has to be utilized. We need to learn that first of all. Otherwise, it is not beneficial. And I'm just noticing one line, this Shraddhaman Labate Jnanam, UEM के नीचे लिखा हुआ है. I believe इसका meaning भी यही है, श्रद्धावान को ही लाभ मिलता है ज्ञान का. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm probably not interpreting in the right way. So we all need to learn in a different way how AI can be utilized and for the development of the human being, and that culture and education is the only way as of now, unless or until you regulate that. Otherwise, there is so much of threat. Say, for example, you are having some companies having a data, and they are very much ethical, but some cyber attack happens to that company, right? And they utilize the data and can be used for different sources, different purposes, right? So similarly, lots of examples. Last previous Trump government was criticized, probably Russians have done something, so they won the election. So in number of example, so the only point, build a culture, awareness, probably we can work together, because any technology can be utilized in both ways, for the development, for the disruption. So I think this is the only way in my perception. Thank you.
So more awareness, more strategies, more education, and I think that's one of the platform which IIIM has tried creating here, to have more awareness and to understand the importance and ethics of AI as well. So thank you so much for this answer, sir. Before sir, my next question is from you. Since we're talking about intercultural collaborations and communication, you being an entrepreneur, what do you think are the challenges currently which these youth can face internationally? And what do you think are the key factors or the positive aspects which you want to highlight in front of them in current era, global current era?
Okay, so I think anybody as a youth, anybody as a current student who is going to get into corporate or who is going to get into some kind of entrepreneurship assignment, I would put up somebody should try actually to get into a job, understand the nuances of how things work up in a corporate or in a organization. From there he can understand, or he can work upon certain things which government is taking initiatives on. So while you are working up, while you are understanding the way the organizations work, you parallelly understand what government is also trying to push it. The energy in that case would be in the right direction. There are collaborative schemes of government, there are certain initiatives the government is taking. Try to have some kind of insights on those also. When you are through, and then you need to decide whether you wanted to get into entrepreneurship or whether you wanted to continue with what you are doing, you are best in. Likewise, being an entrepreneur had been a journey where somebody has been pushed to it. Today, there is a choice available to individuals in country, globally as well, to utilize the opportunities available to him, her, and then finally seek on how things can be developed for him. India is exploding. About 65% of the population is less than 35 years. About 40% of the population is less than about 25 years. And this youth is going to be the future. They have to understand the technology in the sense of it. They have to understand the technology, how it is shaping up. AI could be good, other things could also be better. But yes, you have to have a complete perspective of the things that you are getting into.
AI certainly, or the maybe technology certainly would help in terms of getting better efficiencies. But there is an emotional connect which is also to be there. So people relationship along with understanding the technology can help in terms of succeeding further. I would suggest uh, here people that they understand that everything is a plus and minus. Use the technology in your favor. Help on certain things which industry is requiring, government is requiring, countries are requiring, learning about the cultures, learning about the developments in the countries, and then imbibing certain things which can help in terms of steering the path. I think that's it.
Well, thank you so much for giving the answer, because I think there are so many students here, those who want to start their entrepreneur journey, and your answer will definitely help them in taking the step ahead or selecting the pathway. My next question is from Dr. Azul. I want to, get the answer from the experience that you have being the former head of English when it comes to University of Rajasthan. What do you think how important the language is when it comes to intercultural collaborations or communication overall? I request you to please use the mic, ma'am.
The language, not just English. Any language, for that matter, is very important because it is words that matter. You are communicating, as Karl also said, in various ways, but the most important part is the words. And we've got to look into how we pronounce things so that we do not mispronounce and get into trouble, where agriculture doesn't become our Greek culture, yes, or white wine doesn't become YY, as happens in Indonesia. So how we pronounce is very important. Any word, as we know, there are so many dialects in Rajasthan itself that one could get into trouble. The initials, sh, the sh becoming her, and the different things. So that is very important. If you are in Haroti, you are having hujika halwa, yes, instead of sujika halwa. So that should not be there. And as Karna also mentioned, I will take off from that for the second point and the last for this. And that is, how do you accompany yourself with the language that you are using? The non-verbal gestures, which are very important, and across diverse cultures, they can mean different things. So that too, to my mind, is very important. And just to put in the last word, ask Neeraj, concise. I was told years ago by one of my mentors, no souls are saved after the first 10 minutes, even in the best of sermons. So be concise. Don't look around. तुम्हारी साड़ी का रंग मेरी साड़ी से कैसे ज्यादा सफेद है ना? Be concentrate, yes, and those are, I think, the social constructivities in using language as a bridge.
Thank you. And we'll definitely ask this question from Preeti ma'am, ये सफेद कैसे ज़्यादा है? But moving on to the next one, and thank you so much. And that's the reason I already thank Karna, because she really set the tone well. She already covered a lot of points and critical aspects when it comes to intercultural collaboration or communication. My next one is from Dr. Neeraj, of course. Sir, I would like to know, since you are into academics, but also from the IT side or architecture side, what do you think is how you're bridging that gap when it comes to academics, IT, architecture in current or present era? And what do you think is the road ahead in this?
It's a difficult one. See, as an architect or a civil engineer for that matter, you have to deal with two extremities. There is the construction from side, which only agrees to some impolite language, at times use of some word one should not be using. And on the other hand, you have to be dealing with the corporate head who's building your design. So that's one range that we need to cover. So that is where the words become very important and unspoken words also become very important. The second part is that we should be able to understand it very clearly. What Barbara said, direct and indirect. That's one message. I got a phone call, a WhatsApp call from one of my old students. He was in USA. And he says, "Sir, today I remembered you." I said, "What for?" I mean, 3 years, 4 years down the line, you remember me. He said, "Sir, I was in USA and you've been telling me to understand people very clearly. And we went to Niagara Falls, and my roommate, who was an American, I went with him. And he offered me a sandwich, and I was really hungry, having traveled for 5-6 hours. In India, whenever somebody offers you food, you always say, "No, I don't want it." It's kind of impolite. You don't want to appear to be greedy. So this guy said, "I just told him, no thanks." And he just did not bat an eyelid. He just put his second sandwich in the dustbin. And I said, "Here I am hungry, completely shocked. What is this happening?" Then I asked him, "So why did you throw in the sandwich? You said you don't want it, and I only want one. And I had got two because I knew there would be a lot of travel, and you're traveling here for the first time." This is the first time I understood the power of direct, indirect language in the communication. That's very, very. So this American person was probably more empathetic. He knew that an Indian boy is coming for the first time, traveling for 6 hours. He will not know what to eat. He got a vegetarian sandwich for him. And this guy, out of politeness, a classic Indian way, said no. So some of these things are very important. I mean, dealing with the corporate world, I discovered, see, academics, if you ask me to be concise, my time zone is 90 minutes. And my children, my daughter coming with the friends, so somebody asked her, push me a question, and she said, "Please shut up now, Papa will go on for 90 minutes." So you really have to learn. So time zones are very different. For us, the accountability is not much. We just have 60 people whom we impress every day because they don't know anything, not because I know much about it. So that's the kind of a challenge that we're meeting. The timelines, the zone working, the whole thing about the body language, and being polite, saying rude things without trying to be rude. So all those things become very, very critical when you're dealing with the corporate world, when you're dealing with the government sector. You have to just do nothing but probably massage his ego. I mean, I've been on the government side for 15 years. So this one needs to understand in terms of culture, and they vary from place to place, from region to region, from state to state also. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the answer and entertaining us with the answer. This is a very right way of saying it, because that's what has been experienced by someone. So a practical approach on the answer that we have experienced now. And that's very true, communication, but this can take place with anyone. So thanks to the entire panelists. Before we'll conclude the session, or I'll take the last few words from you, I would like to request the audience, in case you have any questions from the panelists, you can ask. Because we have really experienced people sitting over here. We want to gain some sort of information about this topic, or you want to get some insights, some information, you can. Anyone from the audience? Oh, we have one hand raised. I was like, what? Should I do cross fingers? Okay.
I thought I was expecting your question. At least somebody should ask. My question is, of course, I wanted to ask all of the fantastic panel, but my question is, Professor Hello. Nowadays, in this era of what we are calling Gen Alpha, not Gen Z, but Gen Alpha, how do you think that the communication had changed? Nowadays, we see all those things, LOL and all those things. And I was surprised that some people even use that in their official communication. There was a guy who sent me an email. He's from IIT, one of the IITs. He wanted to take an internship, so he wrote me an email and he started use some of those words. Initially, I felt quite awkward, but then my wife said, come on, you are dealing with Gen Alpha. What should we do in this?
You can't do a thing. You can't do a thing about it. Language is changing and it has to change. We cannot be anachronistic. Sorry for my throat. We cannot be anachronistic and live with the back ages. You've got to move ahead. But there must be a fine line drawn between formal and informal communication. As Niritsa was just saying, where to be formal and where not to be formal. So if it is on a WhatsApp, you can have an LOL. Yes, but you cannot do that if you are chatting with a company's executive. That's it.
I just like to add.
Yes, sir.
But as a teacher, it's very important that we learn that language of their help. That's one reason that I join all those funny groups which I should not be part of. Listen to all the reels that these guys would have listened to them, because then only you can communicate with them and they try to understand what they really mean. That's something. And I am shameless in sending those smileys to some of the students. I said, what does it mean? Please tell me. Nothing wrong in doing that.
That is why I use the word anachronistic. Yes, we cannot be backward looking. We've got to be forward looking and accept the changes that are happening.
We are very serious about this smileys. If I use a
wrong smiley somewhere, my student will correct me. So ये गलत smiley हो गया.
Do we have more questions from the audience? I think we don't have. So before we'll conclude, my last question is from Deepak Saryu. Sorry, Rajkumar sir. I'm sorry, Rajkumar Saryu. And that question is about the AI. आजकल बहुत डर है. AI आ गया है, job चली जाएगी. What do you think about that? How to deal with this particular phobia that AI is there and this can damage job market? So before we conclude, would like to know. I think many of us would like to know the answer of this.
बिल्कुल सही बात है, एआई है, जॉब चली जाएगी. सवाल यह है कि कौन सी जॉब चली जाएगी. सभी जॉब नहीं चली जाएगी. Ultimately, what is the purpose of any kind of a development of the technology? Human life को अपग्रेड करना. अभी एक काम जो रिपीटेटिव करने की जरूरत है, उसको अगर हम एआई से कर सकते हैं तो उस जॉब की जरूरत नहीं है. Yes, but there's a need of an hour जहाँ पे जॉब का जो थ्रेट है उसको रोकने के लिए, like in corporate house, you have seen example wherein chatbot are being used today. They are answering your questions, but somewhere as a customer, when you talk to that AI agent, somewhere it is required like human touch. Probably they cannot understand your question well. Probably they can answer it, but the human touch is needed. In that case, some companies are hiring, like using AI to support a human agent, right? So the data, the final output, they can understand using the AI tools and give the right solution to the client. So in that case, this kind of tools to be utilized. So job नहीं जाएगा, नई चीजें सीखने का जरूरत है. We have to be skilled, or in fact, I would say new jobs will also be created. Not only like if you see the era when computer was introduced, everybody was under threat कि सभी की job चली जाएगी. And today we can't imagine the world without computer. The same way with AI. तो बिल्कुल सोचने की जरूरत नहीं है. But yes, if you do not accept the fact that this has become an integral part of your life, आपको accept करना पड़ेगा और उसके लिए upgrade करना पड़ेगा. You be in any sector. You want to become a doctor, lawyer or anybody. डॉक्टर बनना है तो भी आपको AI सीखना पड़ेगा. You understand surgery, you understand all medical treatment, but AI is very important to predict your data. आप एक कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं, you have a huge data of, then only you can understand and you give the best solution. So I believe job नहीं जाएगा, नए job भी आएगा. We have to be prepared for that. Thank you.
We have a question.
This is for you, Professor Bhardu. And communication, of course, specs is important. But Les is spoken about tone and pitch. लोग झगड़ा होता है ना तो यही कहते हैं तुमने गलत शब्दों का प्रयोग किया बोले तुमने गलत टोन में बात की. It's a role of tone and pitch.
बहुत पहले क्या करना था 5% 5 swap
बिल्कुल if Uplove can give me a minute, I can address that question. एक लड़का और लड़की रोज ट्रैवल करते थे मॉर्निंग 6:30 ट्रेन में. Sorry if people are not, I'll come back to English then. In a train, in a commuting train, for the first few days, they didn't talk at all. For the next 6th day or 7th day, the boy put down his newspaper that he used to cover himself so that he didn't have to talk. And he said, well. After a couple of days, he put down the newspaper and said, well. After another couple of days, he smiled and said, well. And after that, the girl answered, well. Yes, so the well, if you just say well with no exclamation mark, if you put an exclamation mark, if you put a question mark, you put them on the written page. But through your voice, you can put all those marks and have a well. A well.
Thank you so much for the question and for the answer. Here we conclude the session, a very important one. So communication is the key. If you want to bridge the gap and if you want to be into international collaborations. Thank you so much. Thank you to the entire panel. Please have a huge. Please. Thank you.
I'm passing the mic to you. Thank you so much, Amran sir. I would respect all the esteemed panelists and our corporate architect DC sir, our Pro Vice Chancellor sir, Registrar sir, Dean sir for a group photograph for the second panel discussion session. A round of applause for everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. With this, we conclude the second panel discussion for the day on the topic of bridging the gap, how communication transforms intercultural collaboration. We are now forwarding towards the next phase of the program, the award distribution ceremony for this panel, where we will honor the distinguished contribution of our panelists and moderator. May I now invite our Vice Chancellor of IIIM Jaipur, Professor Dr. Visionaries sir, to kindly felicitate our guests. We begin with Ms. Carla Seth for her outstanding achievement in talent management. A huge round of applause for that. Next, we have with us Professor Dr. Rajan Bhargava ma'am for her Lifetime Achievement in Literature and Education Award. A huge round of applause for her. Following her, we have Professor Neeraj Gupta sir for his excellence in architectural education in this field. A huge round of applause for sir.
Next, we would like to honor Mr. Srilay Ramsundaranjan sir, who is a scientist in electrical, and he's been awarded with the Scientist of the Year for Social Impact. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir. Then we have Mr. Rajkumar Sharma sir, who is getting the award for leadership in robotics and automation. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have with us Mr. Vibhor Mohan, sir, who is the co-founder at IIIM and DSA Bazaar. A huge round of applause for sir. Now, moving on, I would humbly like to request VC sir to felicitate our moderator for this session, Mr. Aplav Saxena, for most charismatic moderator ever. Huge round of applause, sir. As we move on, I would like to humbly request respected VC sir to felicitate Miss Rupika Puri ma'am from IIIM. A huge round of applause for ma'am. Now, to felicitate the scientists from the Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, for the award Scientist of the Year for Social Impact, first we have Mr. Amit Devyas, Scientist C, RPPT, National Test House. We would also humbly like to request our Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to grace the stage. A huge round of applause, sir. Up next we have Mr. Suresh Parwal sir, Scientist C Mechanical, National Test House, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Up next we have Mr. Deepak Srivastava, Scientist P Civil, National Test House, Government of India. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next we have with us Mr. Sukhdev Prajapati sir, the Scientist Officer at Chemical, National Test House, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir. Next, we have with us Dr. Devendra Kumar Chaudhary, Scientist B, Chemical, National Test House, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. A huge round of applause. Okay, Mr. Sukhdev sir is taking the award on behalf. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's all show a huge round of applause for the appreciation in the second panel discussion. So, as we now move for the program break for lunch, we would invite you to enjoy the refreshments, as also attend the students of IIIE student chapter of UM Jaipur proudly proudly organize a tree plantation drive as a part of this commitment to foster sustainability and eco-friendly future. I would request everyone to kindly proceed for the tree plantation following the lunch break and to convene the third panel discussion at sharp 3:50. Thank you so much. The dignitaries may also see and visualize the projects out there. We see first and then proceed for lunch.
We are really grateful to honoring our
keynote speaker, Ms. Jaxa Golden, to the stage. Ms. Golden is a director and co-founder of Amara Work Hospitality Private Limited, a hospitality company based in Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, India. The company, established in April 2023, focuses on innovative lodging solutions, including hotels, motels, and resorts, catering to a diverse clientele. Ms. Gohil's leadership and vision are central to the company's mission to redefine the hospitality landscape through customer-centric practices. Please, ma'am.
Can I get my presentation? So I'll just introduce myself. I don't do all of that. Okay, so I come from a technology world. So computer science, I graduated in 1994, all those years ago. And then I did a master's in computer science. I worked in England for 11 years. And then I moved to India 18 years ago. So I've been living in India, Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, worked in technology, worked in business intelligence, so Target. And I worked at IIIM for many years as we were setting up the stores operation in Bombay. And then I did a stint in HR. I had a love-hate relationship with HR, but then my karma pulled me to HR, so I did HR. Now I've turned 50. I don't want to work full-time anymore, so I work part-time and I moved to Srinagar a couple of years ago. I still work in the consultancy space of HR, but I also am starting up a little startup in hospitality. I'm not an expert in hotels or anything like that, but I'm going to learn because I believe all of us should be learning for the whole of our lives. Okay, so that's who I am. I'm not an expert in hospitality. So this is a photo of the full moon last week in Srinagar, actually, all right, as it was coming up over the mountains. I like to say I now live in real mountains versus concrete mountains. So I live in one of the most beautiful places in India. The topic today, from chaos to clarity, the role of management. We've heard a lot about AI. I'm going to be a little bit controversial. I believe in the heart more than the brain. All right, so AI is not going to take over the world because humans are beautiful, we have emotions, and they're very, very important. All right? But I'm going to give you some examples. That's what I want to do, rather than talking about lots of theory. What I have seen in the corporate world in my 27 years, and I continue to practice even today. All right? So this is what the world is now. Somebody mentioned VUCA, all kinds of stuff. We get communication from so many different places. It's coming to us digitally, it's coming to us emails, newspapers, media. Everyone's shouting, everybody's saying something, but communication is coming from everywhere. I went through a phase a few years ago where I deleted WhatsApp because there was too much noise from me. You don't get peace, you're always on. And as a human brain, it needs to switch off sometimes, right? So I deleted WhatsApp for 2 years, it's come back now, unfortunately, but I did delete it. So from that chaos, this is what we want to get to. We all think this is possible. Clarity, everything is beautiful, flowing, and we all know everything. Do you think it's possible? Yes. Yes? Okay, if you think so. All right, so who needs to know? These are the basics of any communication as I've been working in all these years. Who needs to know? What they need to know? Why? Everybody skips this. Why? Somebody needs to know something. And when they need to know. If you've got these 4 things correct, then you'll probably get to the how in a much better place. There's a book by Simon Sinek, starts with why. Maybe some of you have read it. But if any presentation, if you have not described the why, the rest of the presentation is actually not going to work, right? So these are my 4 things. And how do you do that? So to get from this spaghetti into the flow that we want to, at school, okay, some of the fonts have gone a bit funny. But in school, we all get taught listening, we get taught speaking, reading, and writing. As I worked in the corporate world for many, many years, I did a master's in 2012 in management. My biggest reflection versus all the models and everything that they taught me was the art of reflection. Every morning, can you take 5 minutes and just reflect on the day before? What worked well? What you could do better? How would you do things differently? Every morning, can you say 5 minutes just with yourself, the art of reflection, and that will help you communicate better. Second, emotions. I mentioned it a few minutes ago. AI is not going to take over the world. Humans are emotional people. We're supposed to be emotional people. the heart is always going to be there, and the heart has to become stronger and stronger and stronger. And there's something called intuition. As you meditate, as you do yoga, you listen to the voice within that much more, and it's so much more powerful. So these two, I think, are my biggest learnings over the last 10, 15 years. And as a leader in any organization, if you don't use your thoughts and you don't use your emotions, you will never be that good listener, you will never be that empathetic leader, which is what the generation needs now. So my thing is, and I'm sorry, all the pictures of it, because I did it on Mac and it's been moved to Windows. Keep it simple. There's a quote, one of my favorite quotes, it's simple to make something complicated, it's complicated to make something simple. We all like to talk a lot. We don't like to listen enough. And one of my favorite things to say, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Use them proportionally. Right? But we've lost the art of listening, because even when somebody's talking to us, we've already started thinking of the answer. Pause. Breathe. And this is what meditation, pranayama, everything will teach you. So please do that. I think one of the most unfortunate things, I was talking to people recently in New Zealand. Do you still get taught chakras? Do you get taught chakras and meditation at school? I said, unfortunately not. In India, they don't do it. So the West is learning all of these things, but in India, how many of you guys know about your chakras? How many of you practice meditation every day? Your breathing techniques every day? This is going to be the thing that will help you in your leadership journey, actually. All right? So listen. So I'm going to give some very simple examples of things that I have done. When you're joining a company, I have done many recruitment events from campus. I have done campus events because when I was in HR and technology world, 300 girls, because I wanted to do a 50-50 diversity ratio, hire 50% women, 300 girls in this event, we selected 0. Why? They could not communicate. So their technical skills may be so good, but if you cannot communicate, how is the person supposed to even assess you? So that's why communication is super important. And we're talking about skill development. This is like the basic skill that has to be developed, okay? Second, when you're writing an email to your skip level manager, we think the work that we are doing is the most important. Our skip level manager has 10 more things he's doing or she's doing. How do you create a summary at the top and communicate it in a simple way? This is what I need from you. This is why I need it from you. This is when I need it from you. So rather than reading a 20-line email, very simple, 3 lines at the top. That will make you a more simple communicator. When you're working on a presentation, listen to what needs to be done. Focus on the audience, who's going to be looking at it. Actually, I thought there would be a lot more students here. All right. So initially, that's what I thought, that there'll be a lot more students, and I think that's why this is very much for students, I believe. All right. But you guys are, somebody mentioned it before, but 50% of India is less than 50 years old. And as you guys as a university, you have this huge responsibility of growing such young talent, and it makes me so happy to see you have such young faculty actually in this college as well. We're all students. I think I'm still a student. We're all students for life, right? That's the best way to live. But when you work on your presentation, truly try and understand who your audience is. What do they want to get out of it? What actions are you going to do? Don't just do a presentation of blah, 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 and no structure. Structure is truly required. In the corporate world, or even otherwise, there's always a deadline. When you were organizing this event, there would have been deadlines. Really would have been bugging everybody, have you done this, have you done this, have you done this, I'm sure, right? A lot of them. If you're going to miss a deadline, how do you become proactive in your communication? Nobody's going to know what's going on in your brain. If you don't say it, then you're going to get into trouble anyway. Don't avoid it. You cannot avoid it. So when you're joining a company or working in a team, proactive communication is super important. Feedback. Maybe you guys get lots of feedback. When I joined a company called Target, it's an American company, they give feedback like a gift. Keep taking it. Whether you want to keep it, it's up to you. But when you get feedback, and if you take it personally, it can hurt. But if you can take a step back and listen to what somebody's trying to tell you, you can use that communication to make yourself better. So how do you take the feedback? Make some notes of it. Really reflect on it. And then don't take it personally, but try to make yourself better. In your team meeting, I once got a feedback from my mentor. When you're in a team meeting, you're there for a reason. Either ask a question, have an opinion, have a thought process, don't just sit there. Otherwise, why are you in that meeting? Ask that question at least. So if the meeting has an agenda, if you have a role to play, be clear about that. If you don't have a role to play, it's okay to ask in the corporate world, why am I in this meeting? Do I need to be there? Because if you were to, in IKEA, we used to do this. We used to say, this meeting costs this much money. If you look at all the managers and everybody sitting there, you invite 20, 30 people to a meeting and only two people are talking. Was it worth that money? Really? So somebody you think about if you were to monetize a meeting. Global team, Alan talked a lot about this. Everything is amplified. It's not easy working in a global team. It's hard. Is it possible? Absolutely. Is it fun? Yes, I've loved it. From India, I have worked with companies in Europe, in America, and in Latin America. At the end of the day, we are human. We can communicate. Language will be a barrier. Time zones will be a barrier. But ultimately, it's the person who wants to do the right thing. And if you find the right talent, then you will be a success. All right? So everything can be worked on. Annual review. I have seen so many people not doing justice to the annual review. Whose annual review is it? It's yours. If you're not going to speak up, who's going to speak up? So your manager can give you all kinds of feedback, but are you willing to give your manager feedback? And in India, sometimes we're a little bit shy of it, actually. But we need to, right? We need to. Because it is not working for me. And this is where you millennials surprise me sometimes. I hear all these things about millennials this, millennials that. Some of them are very, very talkative and they'll say their point of view. The others are just saying yes. I'm like, no, please don't. I want to hear a different point of view. You truly are the future of this world. I tell people my generation has messed up this world. Climate is an issue, this is an issue, water is an issue, everything has become an issue. But you guys have the potential to change it, so please do. Some things you don't have control over when it comes to communication. If there's a restructuring, and it happens a lot these days, and that's why I wanted to touch on this. If there's a restructuring happening in the corporate world, when you're joining a company, you may have no say. But do you need to be receptive to it? Yes, because it may impact you. So how are you going to absorb change? I lost Target was a company I loved. It went through a restructuring because the CEO changed in America. Technically, I lost my job, but as I was quite a senior person, so I got a lot of money, and I had the best year of my life after that. I traveled and I did all kinds of stuff, and then IKEA happened. So if you can see that, oh my God, there's a disaster, or can you know, life gives you lemons, can you make lemonade? All right, and you can, they all can. Finally, I just want to say, CEO changes, you have no control over that. You can talk to all kinds of people and create more drama if you want to. Is that going to help you? No. So what can you do? What do you control? Communication has a scope. You cannot influence certain things, but many things will impact you. That's the reality of the corporate world. So if you want to keep yourself simple, then I would say, okay, CEO's changed, I read the email, I know his name, that's what I need to know at the moment. All right? Don't try and get too caught up with it because there's so much communication. Everybody has an opinion, everything will be happening. So the final thing I wanted to say, it's not rocket science. Like I said earlier, keep it simple, but you can make it rocket science if you want to. If you want to make it complicated, you can, but the point is keep it simple. The simpler you do it, the better it is. And finally, I used to think there was a quote, actually a friend sent to me last week, it was really quite funny. I was working on this presentation and the friend sent me this quote. I used to think communication was key until I realized comprehension is. You can communicate all you want with someone, but if they don't understand you, it's silent chaos. Right? So it really starts with you. Are you going to listen? Are you going to keep it simple? Are you going to keep it relevant? Are you going to ask why? That's what I wanted to say. All right, thank you. Any questions? Sorry.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I don't have a question, just a small statement.
I was saying, yes, there can be clarity because I believe the last statement you made that if you want to, you can keep things simple. That's why I said there can be 100% clarity.
Any questions? I love questions. Curiosity. I would love some questions from the students at the back. Did any of this make any sense to you? Any students here? We're all faculty now. Any questions from a student? I would love to get a question from a student. Put you on the spot.
I think questions will come after the title.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening address and for sharing your valuable insights with us. Your words have enriched our understanding. Now, as we transition to our third panel discussion on the same topic, titled From Chaos to Clarity, the Role of Communication in Management. Effective communication is the cornerstone of successful management, transforming chaos into clarity. It ensures that goals, expectations, and strategies are clearly conveyed, fostering understanding and alignment within teams. By promoting transparency and resolving conflicts, communication builds trust and strengthens relationship, driving organizational success. This discussion features an extraordinary lineup of experts. So now, please allow me to invite them to the stage one by one. First, I invite Dr. Pradeep Kumar Hota to the stage. Dr. Hota is a distinguished faculty member at IIIM Jaipur, specializing in business policy and strategy. His extensive contributions to social entrepreneurship and business model innovation have gained wide recognition. Dr. Hota is a sought-after consultant for startups and established enterprises, providing insights into sustainable business practices. He has authored numerous academic papers and is an influential voice in advancing innovative business strategies. Thank you for being with us. Next, let me please welcome Mr. Amish Amiya, Deputy Director of the Industry Integration Cell at Sri Vishwakarma State University, with extensive experience in business management, development, sales, and marketing. Mr. Amiya has excelled in corporate strategy, client relations, and industry academic integration. His leadership and expertise make him an invaluable addition to our discussion today. Please join me. Now, I invite Mr. Sudhanshu Parekh to join us. With over 25 years, he's not here with us. So next I would like to welcome Mr. Naresh Joshi. Mr. Naresh Joshi, a senior consultant at FICCI, brings deep expertise in international trade, logistics, and business development, fostering innovation and growth in the industry. He has played a pivotal role in crafting policies that enhance India's global trade competitiveness. His work spans various sectors, including infrastructure, development, and export promotion, making him a respected thought leader in his domain. Thank you for being with us. Now, let's invite Professor Kulbhushan Kothari. Okay, he's also not with us. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Mehndiratta to join us. Dr. Mehndiratta, a consultant physician with over 3 decades of experience, is a respected expert in internal medicine and diabetic care. He has pioneered several initiatives in preventive healthcare and is widely regarded as a mentor in the medical community. His commitment to patient-centric care and medical innovation continues to make a significant difference in public health outcomes. Thank you, sir. Now, to moderate this distinguished panel, I am pleased to introduce Mr. Manish Sharma. Mr. Manish Sharma is a senior editor, anchor, policy and political analyst with over 16 years of extensive experience in editorial and communication writing. He belongs to a rare fraternity of professional journalists who has worked and mastered the skills of all media platforms, print, TV, digital, and radio. He is an award-winner journalist and anchor with 1,500 plus hours of live broadcast experience. In his career so far, he has served at leading and finest media houses of India. Started his career as TV reporter with CNN, IBN in Delhi, then worked with Rajasthan Patrika, Dainik Bhaskar, Amar Ujala Group, All India Radio, DD News, TV9, and NDTV as anchor and editor. Now, I would like to call upon our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Vishnu Chatterjee, to please felicitate our esteemed panelists and panel moderator. Please give them a huge round of applause. Firstly, I would like to call Ms. Gohil, who is the director and co-founder of Amara Worth Hospitality Private Limited, a hospitality company based in Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, India. Please give her a huge round of applause. I will also request our registrar sir to please join our Mrs. Sir on stage. Next, I would like to call Dr. Pradeep Kumar Hota, who is a distinguished faculty member at IIM Udaipur specializing in business policy and strategy. Please give him a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to call Mr. Naresh Joshi, a senior consultant at FICCI who brings deep expertise in international trade, logistics, and business development, fostering innovation and growth in the industry. Please give him a round of applause. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Sanjay Mehendiratta, who is a consultant physician with over 3 decades of experience and is also a respected expert in internal medicine and diabetic care. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Amish Amaya, who is the Deputy Director of the Industry Integration Cell at Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, Haryana. Please give him a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to call Mr. Manish Sharma, who is a senior editor, anchor, policy, and political analyst with over 16 years of extensive experience in editorial and communication domain. Please give him a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. We are deeply honored to have such a distinguished group with us today. Let's begin this exciting and insightful discussion. I now hand over the stage to Mr. Manish Sharma for the commencement of our third and final panel.
Thank you for introducing the final session. I mean, Dr. Preeti has put me in a very difficult place. Having a session post lunch is a very, different situation altogether. But I'll try my best to, do justice to this session. So, welcome all my panelists, and I will start with Professor Pradeep Kumar. So, my first question to you, I'm just taking leave from Ms. Goyal to understand what is the chaos in this communication that has to be decluttered, and why does it happen, and when does it happen?
Thank you for asking this question. See, but while Jaksa was giving her talk, so I had initially thought of few points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And while she was giving her talk, I said number 1 is gone, number 2 is gone, number 3 next what? So in that sense, Jaksa, you have made my life difficult. Nevertheless, we are management teachers, so we know how to manage things. At least we believe we know how to manage things. In communication, particularly when we talk about communication in organizational context, I think it will be good to put that boundary of an organization so that it will be easy to discuss. In organizational context, communication is extremely important because a single mistake in communication can totally change the meaning. Let me give you an example. I don't think this is a true one, but nevertheless, it will convey the message. There was a company in which they have annual appraisal, and boss has to give the appraisal comments about all the people, all the reporting, and then based on that they used to get the increment. And boss wrote comments about two person, Ram and Syam, and gave it to his secretary. And he wrote, Ram is hardworking, okay, and Syam is outstanding, hardworking, outstanding. Now he gave it to his secretary. His secretary was very smart. He said, I know, outstanding, hardworking is ठीक people who work hard. Outstanding, secretary thought, oh, there is some mistake. Secretary corrected it. Always standing outside. And you know what would have happened. So, coming back to the point, in any organizations, I think communication, that sense, is very important. And given the increase in technology, and technology has penetrated our life like anything, communication has become even more important. If you meet somebody face to face, it is much easier to convey what you want to say. But if you have to write it over an email or in some other medium, things can become very different. So while working in an industry or organizational setup, it is very important for us to understand that whatever I want to convey, that need not be the way receiver is going to receive the message. So what is most important for us when we go to the organization, whenever you write anything, let's say you are writing an email, take 1 minute and think, if you are a receiver, what are you going to understand from that message? And if you think that both of them are in sync, think you are good to go. So I would say that will be the approach, but most of the young professionals.
All right. So, taking you from your that Shyam and Ram story, and you was telling outstanding and standing out. So, I just wanted to put in the next question to you. You have in this corporate side and management, you have seen very closely work across the countries. There is a general perception about the management and top CEO level and top management level. The communication from there end always happen one side. I mean, a lot of employees, the people sitting in this hall also must have experienced this. Top management communication is also one sided. Employees are also always on a receiving end. They feel left out, or they feel being unheard. What is your experience and how this top bottom approach can change?
So actually, when we do employee surveys, team member surveys, apart from pay and benefits, the top thing people complain about is communication. In all the surveys I have seen in all my many years in HR or whatever, so communication is a huge focus in the corporate world. We have communication teams set up specifically to send the communication out. We do feedback sessions, so as a HR head or even as a CEO, meeting with random team members once a month to get their feedback. All kinds of things are possible, but the intent needs to be there in the organization, without which nothing will happen. But the communication has to be two ways. The younger population demands it actually much more now in two ways, and it is happening, and I have seen it happening. So the survey gets done once a year, but I would say at least 4 times a year we get feedback otherwise from the employees as well. But yeah, huge focus. All right.
So I mean, just wanted to know that how can this approach be changed? I mean, when it comes to the Indian system especially, we have always that tendency of communicating in a single way. I mean, it's not a way around.
But this is Indian system. I'm talking about in India. Okay, so in India, the last company I was working in, the managing director once a month, we would have a breakfast with Ashish. So 10 people get picked from the employee circle, and they have a meeting with him over breakfast. He has very specific questions. He would always ask about HR. Is HR doing its good job or not doing a good job? But he would ask other questions. What can we do better, etc., etc. So I would say it is happening in India. It's not like it's not. But like I said, the intent needs to be there. And this comes from the empathy that I talked about earlier. Because in COVID, I just mentioned COVID, but in COVID, we all expected everyone to do all kinds of stuff. We wanted to retain the talent. So we get all kinds of benefits, this, that, and the other. As soon as COVID was over, we thought we can go back to the old way of doing things. It's not working in technology. You still have to provide that intention. So I would say it's happening in India. Okay, please don't say it's not happening. It is happening in India.
Thank you. Naresh, I just wanted to add on. My question to you is, you have been into FICCI and you're just, closely, witnessing these all things happening in different sectors and all. So what do you think, what is the right approach and what is the right way of communication to interact, from end to end and I just, share that top-bottom approach can be changed and what is the right ways to send a message to right audience at the right time?
Thanks, Mr. Rajesh, asking this question. See, I'll pick up, good quite and good quotes from the previous esteemed speakers. Communication definitely plays a very vital role in any of the organizational success and attaining the objectives and goals. The right time, as we asked, what is the right time to communicate and to disseminate and to get the results out of it, is that there has to be an apt timing. What in perspective of management, that what is the apt timing to communicate and to disseminate and to flow down the information and communication amongst your peer groups and your team members to attain the objectives and attain the goals basically. So that and also the various modes of communication, you have to understand that what sort of communication tools are also actually suitable for your target clusters and the target team members. So different sort of communication in different form from different clusters will definitely help any organization to achieve the organizational goal. To me, see, communication is that what I want to say, you understand that. And what I expect from you, you do that. Basically, that's in the management perspective. So the timing has to be very aptly suitable to address any of the issues or any of the situations to handle it. And accordingly, the desired goals can be achieved, the desired objectives can be achieved.
डॉक्टर नजीरता एक बड़ा फेमस quote है पीटर ड्रकर का, the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. You deal a lot of patients with, and doctors are always blamed for not listening properly, and they are being blamed. They see a lot of patients at a single point of time, and they do not communicate what is being going on the patient's body and what is going on in patient's mind and other things. So how do you think, is it right, or what is this perception made out of? I mean, how would you want to address this thing?
Well, I would say communication, as Jackson also mentioned, Dr. Bhutta also mentioned, communication skills should be good, and you should be in a position to communicate at least what is happening, because unless whatever you say in coming times, the AI will come this that. But that empathy, human touch, that relationship between a patient and a treating healthcare provider, so all these things, they will continue. It has to, the communication and the listening of the, of course, in earlier times, if you see when there were no such gadgets available, or lesser gadgets were available, the clinical history and examination part was very, very important. And most of the physicians were working on their clinical acumen and skills. They didn't have much investigate facilities or equipment to aid in their diagnosis. Gradually, over a period of time, you can say because of the over busy schedule or seeing more number of patients, that has spoiled the relationship between patient and doctor. So I still say that the proper communication, optimum time, and giving due concentration to these complaints, that makes 50% of your diagnosis very clear. And then with the history and the, if you listen to the patient very patiently. So this phenomena of patient listening by the doctor was always important and will always remain important, and it should continue. I think those who follow this are do not get into various conflicts which you all see and hear these days. That Falane hospital ne jhagda hua, doctor say he was taking marriage. So all these things will reduce if you give proper time and give due attention to the history of the patient.
lot of patient complain कि मुझे तो ठीक से देखा नहीं है पता नहीं मुझे ठीक दवा भी दी है क्योंकि डॉक्टर hardly listen to
Obviously,
that.
if you have only 1 minute or 1.5 minute for a patient, in this first time he has not even told his heart out or told his complaints to you, how will he feel satisfied? He will always have a confusion in his mind that doctor has not given any attention to me or he has not even heard so perhaps the medicine is not correct. So this kind of doubt will always remain.
So do you think that this problem happened because in our nation, like a very developing nation, a very large population, populous country, so that doctor and population ratio is also
It is very much there. Doctor population ratio is very less in India, and especially in places which are remote, you find a very less number of specialists or trained doctors. So this ratio, though of course there are a number of medical colleges now, a lot of doctors are being made in India, but still the ratio is very less as compared to our Western world. So one thing is this, and secondly, perhaps the system of medical facilities in India is slightly different from other countries. So at one place, in better cities, you will find there is cluster of doctors, but in remote areas, the ratio is further less. So I think this discrepancy also creates.
So this discrepancy has also contributed to building this perception. All right, Amish, I just wanted to bring in. You deal with the skill thing, and you are, now it's a very buzzword in the nation. Skill India thing and NSDC thing, and skill building and future ready job programs are going on. So you interact with a lot of students, and there was a stigma about this skill India mission. It's about the low level job and low quality. I mean, you can say it's why it's stigmatized with the low quality job and low level skills. So how you are just coping up with this phenomena, and the government is also pushing to break that stigma and communicating in that way. The skill India mission is not for the poor. It is also for the upper middle class and for the elite class also. They have opened up this IIIM University in Bombay. So is it government is also approaching that communication way of communication to break that stigma about the skill India mission?
Well, thank you so much for having me here. Thanks for being on IIIM. Well, answering to your question, we being a part of the skill development and the training part, the importance of the line which is all a personal part of our motto, yoga karmasya ka paushana, which is taken from the Bhagavad Gita, which says any work which you do, it is valuable to do with dedication, excellence, and skills. So while dealing with the student as well as with the industries majorly, communication is not only an important thing, but it's an integral part. It's a non-verbal communication or a verbal part. Our students, have been going out in the industries working for close to about 6 years, 6 months to 1 year of internship. That's a model that we follow there. 60% of the course curriculum is on-the-job training and internships. Students are there, half of the campus is always there in the industry. And the challenge that students and even we face, even industries face, is about communication. So students definitely are being imbibed with how you can improve. It's not only about how it's a LSRW, it's listening, speaking, writing, and reading. It's also about your soft skills, about your gesture, how you carry yourself in the industry. Everything speaks up as a part of the communication. So just to share a case study, we were our students are working with Hero MotoCorp. And the entire batch, they were made to just sit idle and they were asked us to observe how things are happening for the first 2 weeks of the internship. And students were, after 2 weeks, some students lost their patience and they came to us saying, they are not giving us any work, and what should we do? And when we could really realize, what's the reason behind it. But we wanted to hear from the horse's mouth. So when we asked people, to just have workshops, to why they were made to sit for 2 weeks to understand what exactly is being done at the workshop of Hero MotoCorp. And when Hero started about saying, observing, is the first thing, your training starts. Like what we discussed right now is communication is, what you understand and what you imbibe, which is not being said or which is not being heard. So a lot of things when you start observing, when you start seeing people and industry, follow very strict rules. Skill India has been definitely a game changer for our country. And trying to cater to the geographical difference that we have, things are going to be very, very different. And the communication part of Hero MotoCorp, they were given an example of, in older times when kids of Tatas and Birlas, when they used to start their professional journey, they used to work under their names first for the first 2 years to really understand how exactly the industry is functioning. So we start from that particular mode of industry to give our students the first is to how the industry really is, because these are all students that our university takes, and it's their first hand experience. So taking that particular learnings and then taking to the shop floor, learning about the values of the rules and regulations of production, maintenance, and the departments. That comes secondary. How you understand things and how you buy things, are you understanding whatever is correct? How your understanding needs to be corrected? So these particular things, students were given an understanding, and probably that gives us a reason, to create an internship readiness program, and that also led us to create a placement internship program specifically for the skill development students. So a lot of things that has changed, and also the communication channel between the campus and between the industries have completely changed from the conventional times. Gone to the days, where the communication used to be P2P. By P2P, I mean from placement officer to a people officer. Now things have changed so much, it becomes C2C, from a chancellor level to a CEO level. So things have completely changed in terms of communication. In case a requirement is there, there's no hesitation from a senior level talking to another senior level. So communication at different rate from industry to student, or between industry to academia, or between academia to student, things have completely changed right now. And skill development has got a lot of potential with schemes, the government schemes right now, where it is Pradhan Mantri's Vishwakarma Yojana, whether it is Pradhan Mantri internship schemes, a lot of different kind of potential opportunities that have come up through skill development.
Pradeep, I just wanted to bring again. Amish mentioned groups named Tata, right? So we have, heard, everybody must have heard a lot of stories about Tata and all. I just wanted to bring in your point of view about the brand story. When brands speak and when brands communicate, so how a brand can be different with the mode of communication. Like people, everybody when Tata speaks, everybody trusts that. So how does it make difference? I mean, is it a way of communication only, or something other added to it?
Okay, I think this is a very interesting question. See, brand communication ultimately, is about whether your focus is short term versus long term. If you are looking for a short term kind of advantage, then even if your core value is not well aligned, still you can communicate. So there are many organizations which claims that we are doing something green. We typically call greenwashing. A lot of greenwashing is happening around. If a company or organization is going for that kind of approach where you want to communicate something to the world, but that is not well aligned with your core value system, I believe that that is going to give you advantage, but it will be a short-term advantage. If you want to gain a long-term advantage, then you have to incorporate that into your value system. The example which you gave, Tata Group, it's not about that Tata just shows that we are doing good for the society, but it is in their core value system. Every employee who works for Tata Group, they know that my organization is doing something good. And since I work in the space of social entrepreneurship, let me bring some examples from that space as well. So I started working with one social enterprise. I will obviously I will not take the name, and it was my data collection time. So I was in that organization. This was my first week, and typically when we do this kind of study, we tend to spend 2-3 months with the organization and see what they are doing, what they are not doing. And I went to this organization because my first week, and I was having tea outside. Just outside the office, there was a tea stall, and I was having tea. And one of the employee of that company, he asked me, what are you doing here? I said, look, I'm here to understand your organization. He says, okay, what is your research about? I said, I want to understand this aspect of social enterprises. And he asks me, oh, what is a social enterprise? I said, don't you think your organization? He says, sir, you have to probably go back and check whether you are lured by whatever they are putting on the website or what is their DNA within the organization. And then if you are running that kind of organization, and I'm kind of happy to say that that organization doesn't exist anymore. And in fact, on the same day, I booked my return train and I left from that organization because I realized that what they are saying and what they are doing are two different things. Going back to your point, if you want to communicate something to the world, and if it is a positive thing, obviously you want to communicate positive things, you should make it as part of your core value system. Otherwise, you might get advantage for maybe 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and then somebody will figure it out, or your own employees will figure it out, and this thing will work. Many organizations we know, Enron, Satyam, big organizations, and they failed because of this. Each employee was feeling this tension that my organization is saying this, but what I'm doing is something very different. So that kind of what we call the paradox in the mind of individual employee, that will lead to the downfall of any.
So, Darishi, do you agree with what you just said? I mean, this paradox of communication.
Yes, definitely, Dr. Bhutta said, I do agree. And see, the brand image definitely carry, it deserves a legacy, basically, kind of an organizational success story. And this brand success or brand image does not come in, a short span of time. It carries us decades and hard work of individuals and, organizational working and all. So definitely this has to be seen while making the rankings, and that the organization should always imbibe those characteristics in their functioning, that what they do, they put up in front of the society, and the communication from what organization is providing to the society carries the same values, core values, what organization believes in. So that's definitely has to be done.
Ms. Will, I just wanted to bring in about some technological aspect of the communication. I remember, everybody, who grown up, was growing up in the 90s. There was a time when they lacked even the fast tools to establish necessary communication. Now we are living in the era of very lightning fast internet speed communication and AI models. And what most revolutionized sector I feel is the communication now. But still, people are, feeling they are being unheard, they are being left out in the organizations, and there are a lot of chaos about the information. And now there's a word disinformation and misinformation. People really don't, understand what they are getting is real or not, and they are, disseminating that also. So, do you think from chaos to clarity we are talking about? So, the internet has created a different dimension of chaos in the domain of communication.
Totally different chaos. I think without the internet, because now people see things on social media before your communication has gone through in the organization as well. That's how much on top of communication you need to be when you're working in an organization. Hence, we have communication teams because they're always looking at what's coming up on social media, what people are saying, because you have to manage all of that. Because there's no point your employees finding out something, and then if you're working in a global organization, even that much more complicated. I remember at Target when we were doing the layoffs, all the layoffs happened overnight in the US, and we were doing them the next day in India. So by the time people came into the office in India, there was so much already anxiety and everything. So the news travels that much faster, people are on WhatsApp, so all kinds of messages are coming through. You can't stop it. There's no point trying to fight the communication that's happening, but having the right people in the place to do the communication in a timely way. I keep saying, make sure you do it on time. Having a good communication plan. It cannot just be random. You have to put a communication plan in any project that you're planning on executing. And that sometimes I think is a bit of a miss in organizations even today.
Dr. Mahindra, there are a lot of social media doctors nowadays. They are giving advice day and night. I mean, what do you want to say to the audience or those people who are consuming their content? I mean,
almost we all are using that platform, and we must have noticed that every day in morning, from morning to evening, you get some or the other remedy for common ailments to even cancer.
Right.
None of them is having any scientific evidence or data. In the era of scientific-based medicine, these all things are fake, and as we all know that we must check the facts. For most of the news which comes on the WhatsApp, for more than 50-60% are fake. So I think this kind of like Lady Mountbatten said way back in 47 or so that two things are great in India: that every second person is superstitious and every second person is a doctor. So that's stage about our country, and we get a lot of fake and false messages pertaining to health and the medicines. So I suggest that everyone should check it. Should not follow them blindly, because there is no scientific evidence and there is no data behind it.
So, Amish, if you can just add on to this, how to deal with this miscommunication or confusion of information?
See, the idea of understanding things needs to be widely spread, in terms of, and you being a university, being a conventional university or a skills university, or any organization, you need to have certain principles in place, and also the teachings, the kind of training that you're providing, specifically from our domain where students are off campus for the most of the time. It becomes very, very challenging because they are attending classes during their special classes happening during their internships as well as their OJTs. So sometimes, the technical things, the gadgets are very important, but sometimes, it becomes a hazard. For example, if our students are working they're working at a shop floor, and where mobiles are not allowed. Students are, some students see the workers, they're learning from someone, they're not got the training earlier. But they are seeing the workers who are either hiding their mobile phones, hiding in the toilets, because if the shop has got a strict working hours of 8 hours, they cannot escape from them. So the workers are doing it, and some students, you just get an idea of it and just try to cooperate, and then the industry companies just be like, students are wasting their time on social media. So probably a proper training, a guidance kind of a thing, and it needs to be given to students, to everyone rather. Because everything is there on the internet right now. You want to become even a rocket science engineer, you can try learning through YouTube or do anything. So there's a plus and a minus to everything. So probably a balanced outlook, and we got being at the side of the academicians, or being the responsibility holders of the students, and probably we got a larger role to play for the benefit of the students.
Dr. Pradeep, just wanted to bring again the social media thing and the loss of real communication, and some experts say this is leading to unproductivity as a whole in the nation also. I mean, you must have heard that statement from Narayan Murthy also. that nation's productivity is not as good as it should be. I mean, vis-a-vis international level. So he said, there should not be a 5-day week, there should be a 72-hour working week. I mean, do you think really, shared that thing, the social media consumption and the, distortion of that social fabric, in terms of mode of communication, we are heading into this unproductive world where, people are, working a lot but are getting unproductive. Do you agree with that?
I think the problem is different. It is not about, people are not working for long hours. But I have a lot of respect for Mr. Murthy. But, I want to humbly disagree with what he says you should work 70 hours. Let me give you one example based on my own experience. I was working at US, so this was the first time I went there. Long back in 2008, 9, around that time. And so it was like a cubicle sitting. There were 4 of us who were working there. And there used to be one lady, she is from US. Now, what was our pattern of working? Right? The typical Indian way of working. We go to the office at 9 o'clock. 9 to 9:30 we will open office email. Then at that time Facebook was very famous. So open Facebook, spend some time. Then from there go to Gmail, check something, and then at 11 o'clock go for a tea. Come back at 11:45. Now, if that's what 70 hours Mr. Murthy is demanding, I am sorry, that is not going to solve our productivity problem. But what that lady used to do, and that's the typical Western way of doing, she used to come to the office at 8 o'clock, to work continuously till 11 o'clock, right? Except for maybe bio break, no other break. And I was there for almost more than a year. I never saw any Facebook, any personal Gmail account open in the office. Continuously, she used to work till 11:30, half an hour lunch, come back, work 2:30 or 3 o'clock. She used to leave office. Was she productive? Extremely productive. What we were doing from 9 to 9, but in between this thing. So productivity will not come from people sitting in office and working. We have the Indian way of saying that I work a lot, and unfortunately your bosses expect that. They will not say come work in me. They will say, oh, you are leaving at 6:30. How come I am working till 9:30? Why are you forgetting you want to smoke 5 cigarettes in between? And I am not doing that. So I think it has to do more with the focus and concentration, and certainly social media. At that time it was only Facebook and Gmail, and now a whole day scroll reels. That is, I think, really more problem.
Dr. Mahendra, do you agree? I mean, this distraction in society and
Yeah, social media has created a lot of problems and distraction right from the early childhood age till the even geriatric age group, the adults and geriatric age group. Most of the time, people are busy on their social media and WhatsApp, and their day starts from saying good morning or Rama, and till the time they sleep or they say good night to all their friends and in the different groups, as if the sun will not rise tomorrow morning if they don't do Rama or good morning. So this is
and in between, there's a lot of university lecture happens on Zoom, WhatsApp itself.
that we all know about it. But this is snatching their childhood. This is snatching the quality time and the socializing time. What people used to meet physically and communicate to each other. That affection, that connection, and that cohesiveness and closeness has been robbed by this social media. So I think there should be some strict regulations and self-discipline, how much I'm meant to use and for what it should be used. So everyone should understand that. Self-discipline will, I think, is the better answer.
So I just wanted to, I would want you to answer again. A lot of students are standing there, sitting there. What is the key message to stay focused, in their age?
My message to the young generation who are in this forming stage of their career, and their mind is so productive, they can learn a lot many other things. The books are the best friends. Read maximum and discuss maximum. As Jackson said, be more curious about knowing the problems and discussing the problems. Keep asking questions to your teachers and give maximum time to books rather than giving to social media. That books are the best friends, I still say, and you will learn and will be better in your career if you keep yourself a little away from the social media, which is not required and not helping you in any case.
We are inviting the last leg of this communication, and 5 minutes more I'll take. Ms. Goyal, I just wanted to bring you again. The emotional aspect of communication, I just wanted to know from you. How one can manage the emotional quotient in the communication, emotional intelligence, and the empathy in the communication to stay clear and stay effective.
That was the last
To stay clear and to stay effective.
I think EQ, as you get into leadership roles, more and more important. We are all impacted from a mental illness perspective in some way or other because of COVID. So we need to be open to that. I think open, honest dialogue, and we have to train people. In India, we have been taught for years and years and years, and there used to be some ads with Madhuri Dixit. I remember, boys don't cry, boys don't have emotions, blah, blah, blah. All rubbish. Okay, so how do we just make it normal, talking about the fact that emotions are human, emotions are normal, it's okay to cry, it's okay not to cry. I have gotten feedback in India that you're too emotional. And in the beginning, I used to take it quite personally, like, oh my God, I should not be emotional, I should be all strict and whatever. But no, I'm not like that. This is who I am. So if we believe in true leadership, then vulnerability and authenticity is really, really important. We all have to teach it, and I'm hoping your students are all learning, and all you faculty guys are all learning these things, because you have to be real in this world. No point being fake. And if I can just say, I do look at chakras a lot, all right? I've done a lot of work on chakras actually as well. The number of men who are getting heart attacks, and you may not agree, I don't know, but the number of men that I see getting heart attacks at a younger and younger and younger age is because they're not expressing emotions. There's a direct correlation to it. Work on your heart chakras. Your heart chakras will open up and you will express and you will be less likely. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but there is a direct correlation. Go back to your roots just in this country, please. Everybody. That's what I would like to say. Okay?
Thank you so much. I mean, everybody, Amisha, if you want to say something, I don't want everybody to give a key message to students.
Yeah, so for students, we just done a very popular concept called being a student Rajnikant. So, how to become a student Rajnikant is basically if you are skilled, by skilling, if you are completely a skilled person. So it's not only about the technical skills, it's about the communication skills, your language skills, your cultural skills, your ethics, your integrity, everything combines and makes you a complete skilled person. And then we can call yourself as a skilled Rajnikant. So try to become a student Rajnikant.
One message I will pass it to all the students, that health should be your first priority. And as Madam just said, stress is a very important factor in causing various cardiovascular and strokes and other things. So sleep on time, do not waste time on social media and keep checking all your mobiles every time. Give time to adequate sleep and keep a priority on your health.
And more importantly, give time to yourself. Yes.
So it is for the student as well as for all of us teachers. And the message is, listen to your student, listen to your teachers. The teacher's role have dramatically changed with all AI and all. So we are, as a teacher, we are no more like sage on the stage. There was a time when teacher was sage on the stage with all knowledge here. But now knowledge is there with AI, knowledge is there everywhere. So as a teacher, our role is more now like a guide by the side. So teachers are your best guide. So instead of searching for 1,000 YouTube video, why don't you go and talk to your teachers that, sir, can you suggest me this one or two YouTube channel I can watch to learn? So teachers also has to adapt to this and say that, we are not here to teach them ABCD. Nowadays they can watch any YouTube video and learn. Our job is to show them the right path, direct them to the right material. That's all. I think rest of the things, this Gen Alpha kids are quite smart. They will figure it out. We don't have to do a lot of things. So our job in that sense is become simpler as well as complex if we don't accept it. Thank you.
But people nowadays think Google has become more bigger than Guru. That's why they always take reviews into Google. Sir, if you want to.
See, I do agree with yourself, and it's to the user capacity. And in terms of the education institute, sitting on these five dais of education institute, my humble advice to all the students over here is that you have, besides the study load, career pressures and all, you have a responsibility to churn out the information and the communications parts also. इसका एक सीधा सा एग्जांपल्स एक स्टूडेंट पर्सपेक्टिव से समझने की कोशिश करते हैं. Number of reels, number of videos, not many things are coming up on your mobile screen. If you are a student of BTech or mechanical engineer, try to focus on the information pertaining to that stream. So if you are watching, or if you are involving your time or energy in the IT segment or entertainment and all those things, that's a sheer wastage of time. Try to focus on any information being related to your core stream, that is mechanical, and which also gives your personal anything which related to health or your personal growth. So that classification and the know-how has to be developed among the students to get the better uses of the communication tools.
Thank you so much. If anybody wants to ask questions, we can just direct the pipeline. Sir is raising hand. Yes, will be as a video mic.
Means that regarding that data would come as a document for information. Actually,
Sir, can you please repeat your question?
Yes.
It is okay. It is working. It is working. Just hold it in front of you.
What I am asking that if the written documents are taken as a information, whether it is reliable or not, how to know? Particularly, I will tell you, in matter of various industry, Dr. Joshi is here, he can answer well, that when industry takes up a project, until the project is totally over and start running after commissioning, till that time, the expenditure involved or investment made is not stored in the, say, balance sheet. And till that time, it is not carrying any interest. So, somewhere, time overrun is intended for not making the capitalization of the investment. In that issue, the intended time overrun is rarely taken into account whether it is intended or not. And number two, balance sheets, etc., are made by the cost accountant or chartered accountant. And these chartered accountancy rules, I don't know, for last 70 years, might have been simple changes of one or two. Now, in case of dynamic business, how to account for this type of time overdone expenditure, that is cost overdone, in the time overrun. And number two, how the balance sheet, which is made by maybe a junior accountant, first accountant, or chartered accountant, or senior chartered accountant depending on the outlay. And any a balance sheet is with a number of subclauses. And subject to that, the observation of those chartered accountants is there. It's not a certificate. Now, when this certificate is entirely based on the individual's chartered accountant's capability, not in a group, not in a monitoring agency.
Okay.
So, whether this information about this investment on the expenditure is not based on false or intended overrun of time or intended overrun of cost.
All right. If you would want to respond.
Thanks for asking this question. You have pointed out, you have raised two points. One is about the time being taken for the formulation of policy and making a project viable. Second, about the costing part, the balance sheets. Additional cost. So basically, the point is that the overrun and the overtime for any of your organization who has invested that for the regularization of the execution of the project, the costing of the project. So you are speaking about the investment, investment or time or resource consumption in executing a project. So that's a basic functioning of an organization. They have to pour in into it. And if an organization is investing and diverting their time and energy to achieve a particular goal, that's a mandate of the organization. So that has to be there. The right, the right manner which can be done is the flow of information, the flow of communication. By effective flow of communication, you can reduce extra cost or burden on the organization for having different policies and the processes. As far as the accounts books are concerned, yes, that's that's there. It's up to the organization and the CA's virtue and their ethics and how they work it out and what has to be communicated in front of the society and what is there in the organizational books actually. So that's it all depends on the organization to organization that's there, but I think has to be maintained.
All right, thank you so much.
One point, sir. 44.
Sir, we are running out of time.
Standard one. I am immediately turnover down.
We can speak to you personally after the session. So, all right, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for very detailed conversation, and thank you so much for attending the session.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise. Your perspectives have greatly enriched our understanding. A heartfelt thanks to our panel moderator for skillfully guiding this discussion to success. Finally, I invite our Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Dr. Vishwajoy Chatterjee, and the Provost and Registrar of the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, on stage for the award ceremony.
Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now let us proceed with the award ceremony. First, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bhota. Please give him a huge round of applause. Now I would like to call Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bhota for Academic Excellence in Business Strategy Award. Next, I would like to call Ms. Jaksa Gohil for Distinguished Contribution to International Consultancy Award. Next, allow me to call upon stage Mr. Naresh Joshi for outstanding contribution to Industry Development Award. Next, allow me to call Dr. Sanjay Mehendirika for Clinical Excellence Award. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Amish Ameya, Leadership in Industry Academia Integration Award. Next, let us call upon stage our panel moderator, Mr. Manish Sharma, for Most Charismatic Moderator Award. I kindly request you to please be on stage, sir, as we honor Dr. Sunita Parekh with the Award for Excellence in Educational Leadership. Okay, she's not there. So now I would like to invite Mr. Shopnil Sharma to the stage, who is being presented with the Emerging Leader Award. I now humbly request the members of our Synergy Squad to join us on stage one by one. Firstly, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mukesh Yadav, the Associate Dean of Academics and Foreign Affairs at the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Next, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. G. Uma Devi, the Associate Dean of Engineering at the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tapas C., the Associate Dean of Research at IIIM Jaipur, to the stage.
Finally, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma, the collaborative architect for this summit and the Associate Dean of Management.
Next, I would please request our Vice Chancellor, sir, to please give the vote of thanks.
So first and foremost, I would like to thank the entire team of this International Industry Institution NET Synergy Summit 2024. This program was initially discussed with the team you saw in front of you just a while back, and they really made it possible, and I'm very, very pleased to find so many wonderful people coming over here. And to say the least, I have learned a lot. I've learned a lot. I tried to follow every bit of the discussion, going into details. I tried to learn from it. And for me, you can understand, I have a single challenge in my life. I need to do many, many things. But the challenge in life is very simple. The challenge is that our students should be benefited. Whatever I do, ultimately, if the students are not benefited, it is not useful. So I need to travel a lot. I need to travel abroad. I need to go to the different programs. I need to interact with people. I need to come and teach. I need to interact with the teachers. But at the end of it, students should be benefited. And I believe that with the inputs that we have got today, all the teachers over here have been enriched so much that they will be able to deliver better to our students. And surely our students will learn better, will understand better, and do better. So thank you so much to all of you that you have come over here and you have enriched us. Thanks to all the faculty members for being over here. And I'm sure that you have gained from this. You have understood more on how to deliver better so that our students perform better. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all the students who are working day in and day out to make this possible. You will find the students are always on their toes. The coordinators were always on their toes. Whatever was needed, we only needed to just do the ishara, and that was enough. They were always ready and they were on their toes. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the students. Thanks to all the coordinators. Thanks to all the organizers. And I would definitely like to take the name of Madam Kajal Hassan, Madam Jaksa Rohil, Madam Sakala Seth, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Borai, Professor Dr. Raju Bhargava, Mr. Anil Dhamkaule, Professor Dr. Pradeep Hota, Professor Krishna Kumar Balaram, Professor Amish Amaya, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Dash was not there. He was there? No, he was not there. Then Dr. Harsh Purohit, Dr. Naresh Joshi, Mr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Professor Neeraj Gupta, Dr. Sanjay Mehendiratta. Whom am I missing? Oh, definitely. How can I miss that? Professor Puneet Sharma, Mr. Abhinav Saxena, and Mr. Manish Sharma. Thanks to all of you. And who else did I miss? Did I miss anybody? Thanks to all of you. Thank you for being there. And thank you for making this possible. Thanks to all of you. Thank you. And one last thing, just to tell you, see, we always consider that anybody coming to the institute, coming to the university, and contributing for the benefit to the students, benefit to the institution, is our lifelong friends. So from today, I'm always going to consider all of you who are over here to be my lifelong friends. And anything, anywhere is needed, if you are in need of anything, you can always think of me, think of calling the university. If there's anything that we can do, we'll always be there. And if you feel like that you need to come to the university for anything or something or everything, please do consider us. If you have anything which you feel that we can do for the industry, I'm always ready to do. I was telling yesterday also that I have traveled to almost now, say 40, 45 countries abroad I have traveled. I have seen almost everywhere that the industry always considers that academia can contribute for their development. Somehow in India that culture is still not there. In India we always consider that it is the industry who should come and contribute to academia. So with that idea, I am always ready. I'm always there to deliver for the industry. We have already delivered. We have worked for a company called Testpac in Finland. They wanted a product like they wanted a solar bag, which they wanted to develop for African nations, African countries where there is no lights or anything. We developed a solar bag for them where they could carry the laptops and the projector, and once they go to a place or a school, they can simply play without plugging because the bag was already charged. From there the computer was working. We developed 30 such pieces and delivered to them. They are using it. You can see in their website our names are still mentioned. So we have done it for industry. We have done it for a company called Oscar. A company called Oscar Equipments. They wanted that their industry is automated. When this industry 4.0 was coming into picture, they wanted their industry to be automated. So they had some table-like structure where they needed to get inside that table to get some manufacturing done. So we did prepare some buttons and something, some computer screens for them, by pressing which the table got rotated, turned in the direction they wanted. So such things we have developed for the industry. So in future, those who are from the industry, if you feel like that we can do anything, we are ready to do anything and everything. Believe me, we can do anything for us. We have got that manpower with us, with the help of whom we can deliver absolutely anything. So for example, a doctor, we have developed products like for hippotherapy. You know that by sitting in a horse, posture of a person can be very well measured. You know that very well. So we have developed an IoT system for a hospital through which a person sitting on a horse, his posture can absolutely be studied on a computer through that IoT device from anywhere in the world. We have developed it for a hospital, and we have a product ready, though it is not taken from the taken by any hospital, but we have a product ready for hospitals. Like, you know that when you put this saline into somebody, that saline structure, when it gets over, often the nurses don't know that the saline is over. So they notice it late and they change it. So we have a product ready with us, absolutely ready with us, where you can just feed that machine to all this saline thing, and any saline bottle getting empty, you will get a dashboard of the entire thing, dashboard of the computer with you, where it will show that this saline bottle has ended in this bed, and there will be a signal that will come, so you can go and immediately change. So such a product is also ready in our lab. So it's an open invitation to all of you. If you at any point of time feel that we can contribute technically with any product which will help the industry, we are ready to do so. We are absolutely ready to do so. And definitely we are not an industry, so we are not going to charge for that. We only take the money for purchasing the things which if the industry purchases, that is enough for us. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you for coming over here, and thanks for making this event happen. Thank you so much. Special thanks to you, man. Special thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.